and all the way in UAE as well. What are any reports coming out of the United Arab Emirates? What are the services that have been impacted with this outage?
So all the endpoint devices, it's not only the servers or Azure right now, it's also the laptops which are having the endpoint security software as CrowdStrike. They are also down right now. So we have many of the laptops here in our company, because I run myself a cybersecurity company. We are an infrastructure company in UAE actually, and I am the CIO of that company. So most of the clients are calling me, most of the customers are calling me for the same issues, and that's what I checked with our US and other branches, and they all are saying the same thing. The endpoint devices, whatever the devices are, basically Microsoft Windows, because the DLL files which gets the update are Microsoft. That's why only Microsoft devices are right now affected, because the update which they have pushed were only for Microsoft Windows.
Right.
Not Linux, not any other thing, not Google or not any other thing. So
are
that's
flights
why
getting
Azure...
impacted due to this in the United Arab Emirates?
Sorry?
Are flights also getting impacted in the UAE because of this outage?
If the flights like Emirates and other people, if they are using CrowdStrike as their security system, of course they will get a problem. But till now we don't have any update from UAE. But from Australia we have the update. Their supermarkets, their airports, their police stations, all are affected right now.
Police stations, supermarkets, all getting impacted in Australia. Reports coming out as because
if you can see in the ABC News also, if you can see the article in the ABC News also, all the supermarkets and all the people who are using, all the companies, corporates which were using CrowdStrike as their security systems, right now they are saying they are having this problem. The best thing is like what I have did, I did not start my laptop from like last night. So my laptop is still okay if it is not connected with the internet, so I cannot get the update from CrowdStrike. My PC is working fine till now, but I cannot just connect to the internet. Once I connect it to the internet, the updates download in my PC, it will go off.
So, you know, you're quite an expert in such a situation. How long does it take for such a bug to be fixed, and when was the last time we saw such an outage?
See, in this kind of thing which I have seen for blue screen of death, there is no automatic solution for this one, what I know for this one. Like there will be no like someone from Microsoft or someone from CrowdStrike will do something in their servers and we will, you know, automatically our PCs and everything will be fixed. Someone has to go on the endpoint, boot, like I'm talking something technical right now.
Right.
They have to basically boot from the Windows in a safe mode, remove that DLL file, and then only it will start. That's what I have seen from my experience. Blue screen of death means from Windows level, from machine level, your PC is not booting.
Have you faced a similar situation in your company as well, earlier?
Sorry?
Have you faced such a situation earlier as well?
Yes, it has. When Windows has pushed some kind of wrong updates, but what Windows does, Microsoft does, they don't push the update together to all the systems one time. They do it regional wise, like, you know, for this area for some time, then in other area or in batches, just to see the impact if they are not getting impacted or there is no downside. But what this company has done, they pushed the update together at same time. That's why during this like few hours only, everyone is getting the same problem.
Right. We also have Sharad joining us from Bengaluru. Sharad, what kind of an issue are you facing regarding this complete outage that we're seeing? And like our previous caller was suggesting that it's not just here in India, but in the United States, in Australia, in the UAE, everyone getting impacted with this outage.
Yes, I do agree to that. You know, just now I think his name was Vikas from UAE who was actually explaining it.
Right.
It is actually not, even I don't see that it's a problem because of the Microsoft. Yes, it is because of the CrowdStrike, right? Because, I do work for one of the tech giant in India, and I do have, the clients who are in UAE, Australia, US, Canada, UK, right? And all the clients were also reporting the same problem, where we are the major IT solution provider for those clients. And everybody were getting the same problem. And then when we reached out to the CrowdStrike to report this bug and things like that, they confirmed, yes, it is because of the CrowdStrike. One of the CrowdStrike agents which has failed. I don't know if everybody has gone through, because all of my clients did gone through a recent Windows patches, which also contained in one of the CrowdStrike related updates, which was sometime in the last week. And people who have gone through that patches are facing this particular problem. And it is a major impact. And as Vikas was the last person who was talking to you, as he explained, it was also because of not because of the Microsoft. It is because of the CrowdStrike. And CrowdStrike did acknowledge it when we had reached out to them to explain the current situation.
So, right, millions of Windows users across the globe are experiencing that blue screen of death. This is an error that's causing the system to suddenly shut down. That is what we are seeing on our screens due to this outage at Microsoft. We also have with us, let's just get our Ankush back with us. Ankush, take us through, this issue that is, many across the world are facing. It's just a matter of time before the next person in your office gets impacted by something like this. I mean, we saw a domino effect. One by one, everybody around us was getting impacted. I mean, some of the computers are still working. Take us through, how is it that some computers are continuing to work and some are getting impacted?
Yeah, I think it's maybe because we are using various services, right, to run any operations. And if those service providers are using Microsoft Azure, which have been impacted, especially for the storage which you're talking about, and we would have impact because, right, so currently we have no idea, so, right, which of our service providers are using Microsoft Azure. And yeah, so I think, again, all of our service providers are the software products which we use widely. They should have some disaster recovery mechanism or plan B, or switchovers or fallbacks, so that they are not impacted and hence we are not impacted.
Right. We also have Pawan Dukal, cyber expert, joining us to break it down for us that, at the moment we're in office and we do know that some of the systems in our office are getting impacted, as are other news outlets that are getting impacted as well. We're hearing of supermarkets, hospitals, airlines, all getting impacted with this outage. Take us through how widespread can this really get?
Well, because Windows are the predominant OS around the world and large number of people use Windows, therefore the possibility of large chunks of the community getting impacted, large verticals getting impacted is going to be relatively high. However, who finally will be impacted or not be impacted will be dependent on what further sequence of events actually evolves. But the fact remains is it a mere glitch? Is it a malware? Is it a spyware? Or is it part of a bigger cyber attack? The chances of this being part of an orchestrated attack is going to be relatively very important for us to consider. Why? Because if this can happen at a global level, please see the kind of panic or fear or anxiety that this kind of an episode can trigger, which can be seen classically as an example of cyber terror. So apart from that, it could also be seen as a potential breach of cybersecurity, because maybe this was not what was intended, but there were some contaminants, spyware, malware, which must have got in somewhere, as a result of which this particular episode would have happened. But please understand, it's very early to comment as to what exactly has gone wrong. Yes, it's going wrong. Therefore, people need to be careful. But extensive investigations will have to be done by national authorities, apart from the concerned companies. in
Right,
order to go
Pawan,
ahead.
we'll just come back to you. Let's just go across to our caller, Amrita, who's joining us from Bengaluru. Amrita, take us through what really happened with you. Have you also faced this outage and a problem, say, on your computer?
Yeah. Hi, ma'am. So this is Amrita from Bangalore. I work for one of the healthcare domain company. So today when I joined to my company, initially I was facing a lot of restart issues, especially this blue screen issue. And when I asked some of my friends from other companies, so they are also facing this issue. So actually we are stuck at our work basically, and we are facing a lot of issues. I don't know when it will be back. Maybe it might be any cyber attack or anything as such, but it is seriously affecting our work also. So yeah, I feel it should be resolved very quickly so that we can continue on our work.
Right, so huge difficulties being faced by people across India. We had a caller from Bengaluru, now we have a caller from Kolkata as well. And Mitra, take us through the kind of difficulties that you're facing.
Well, actually, I got a message on my mobile phone saying that my income tax return has been processed by the CPC. And this was about 50 minutes ago. But and the intimation has been sent to my registered email ID. But on opening my ID, I find nothing.
Right, so definitely this is impacting all kind of financial transactions as well. So let's just get our cyber expert back in to know more on this. Pawan Dogal joining us. Pawan, how does one make sure that there's no cyber fraud when it comes to such situations? How can one safeguard oneself?
Well, let's understand that with our growing realization and growing dependence of the electronic ecosystem, we are bound to take the electronic ecosystem and internet for granted. But please remember, instances like these will keep on reminding you that nothing is permanent. Everything is only a transient or temporary phase. Therefore, let's first have plan Bs in place rather than just only focusing on plan As. Plan A is internet is on 24/7 and we will never have a problem. But that plan may not necessarily work. So plan B is what kind of appropriate processes do you have in place should internet not be working or should these episodes happen? So first and foremost, disaster recovery management becomes important. You must have your data separately, not on the internet, but at a separate location, so that in the event like this happens, at least your operations don't stop. Number two, we will have to start adopting cybersecurity as a way of life, because we still don't know how many systems have been impacted or how many have been contaminated or data has been contaminated. That only time will be able to tell. But if you have backups which are not connected to the internet, at least you are going to be relatively safe. Number three, we will have to start adopting cybersecurity as a way of life as we go forward, asking all stakeholders to start inculcating cybersecurity as part of their day-to-day cyber hygiene methodologies and habits. Number four, we have to be on the lookout of these kinds of episodes happening. If these episodes are happening, we must immediately go ahead and disconnect our computers so that the other computers of the network don't necessarily tend to get impacted. And ultimately,
Pawan, we also have a caller joining us from Mumbai. Abhay joining us. Abhay, what kind of issues are you facing?
So I'm working for
Abhay, we can't hear you too well. If you could just call us back in the meantime, let's just also get in our other caller, Dr. Rahul Bhargav, who's joining us from Ethiopia. Rahul Bhargav, just take us through the kind of inconveniences that are being caused to you due to this outage.
So the outage has disturbed the whole lifeline of a hospital as such, because lots of people have to get registered through for the online payments and across blood testing in the OPDs. And there has been a long queues because of this outage, which has happened right now, which is causing the whole inconvenience to the patients who are visiting the hospitals at this present moment of time. And we also don't know when till this what time this outage is going to be rectified so that people can get benefited out of it. So there's a huge line, and this interconnected world, this is a real threat when you're so connected with each other through a digital world. These are the real problems one has to face through in this digital era.
So, Dr. Rahul Bhargav there joining us from Ethiopia. Take us through, how long have you been facing this issue?
So this has been a long pending issue, because the whole idea is that whole digital network, the hospital runs through the EMR system, and all of the things has been digitalized without causing inconvenience to the patient. Now what is happening is the patient, when enters into the hospital, cannot pay because the systems are down. He cannot pay, he gets a consultation, and if the doctor writes some tests, those tests are not being done because those cannot be paid, because the whole system, again, the LIS, which is called as Laboratory Information System, as well as the EMR are connected. So at every level, when the whole hospital systems are working digitally, any of these outages can actually lead to whole inconvenience to the patient as such.
Right, Dr. Rahul Bhargav there joining us from Ethiopia. So it is absolutely a problem that the world is facing this morning across the globe, whether it's the United States, Australia, the UAE. Now we have a caller from Ethiopia, a doctor taking us through the problems that hospitals are facing and their lineups and queues being formed because of the systems crashing there. We also have Sahil joining us from let's also just bring in Pawan Dugal. Pawan, you were taking us through, going forward, what is an alternate route in order to avoid such a situation?
Well, there are no absolute alternate routes. We just need to ensure that we put all our eggs not in one basket, but in different baskets, so that in the event one basket would be impacted, the other baskets ought not to be impacted. So again, disaster recovery management will become a very important mantra for people in order to ensure that their operations are up and about as they go forward. So clearly, I think corporates will have to make sure that there are redundancies that are built in to the architecture of the network. They have to make sure that they are simultaneously going ahead and using the services of different vendors, so that in the event one vendor services go down, the other vendor services would promptly come up and will ensure that there is no disruption of business. But ultimately, it's all got to do with awareness of cybersecurity. Today, large number of companies are not focusing the kind of attention and emphasis that they need to give on cybersecurity. And as a result, cybersecurity is a low priority area for the boards. Very quickly, with the world seeing different countries coming up with national laws on cybersecurity, I think corporates will have to start ensuring more proactive compliance with applicable legal provisions pertaining to cybersecurity, so that at least they are on the right side of the law. Now, seen from another perspective, this is also
Pawan, many people might be fearful of what could really happen. I mean, they could lose a lot of business over the next few hours. It's been going on for 5 hours at least, from reports that are suggesting back in the United States, reports suggesting of how flights have been grounded, and it's been at least 5 hours since that. We also have our next caller, Kiran, calling us from Bengaluru. Many people in Bengaluru being affected by this outage. Kiran, take us through the problems that you've been facing.
Bangalore, working in a software company. So from morning I have started my data to start to work on that. When I'm connecting to VPN, it's showing VPN is not connected, and suddenly that blue screen issue has appeared. So I thought it's like a company-based issue. Then later on I got it's a global kind of Microsoft outage. So I'm a bit scared that time because I'm working on some busy work. That's why suddenly it's restarted. All my work is gone.
Right, so many issues being faced by especially the IT hub of the country. We're talking about the Silicon Valley of India, Bengaluru. So many of our callers calling in from there. In case you're facing any kind of issues at airports, hospitals or elsewhere, do call in to us here at NDTV. For now, we're sipping a very short break. Back with a whole lot more regarding this Microsoft outage.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small-scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. Janta ko decide karna hai.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility, according to the
Welcome back. Millions of Windows users across the globe are experiencing the blue screen of death error, which is causing the system to suddenly shut down or restart. Microsoft in a message said that the error is being caused due to a recent CrowdStrike update. The bug has affected several companies, banks and government offices. We're talking about hospitals and airlines are getting impacted. And to get more on this, we have Pallav Bagla joining us. Pallav, Indian airlines are getting affected, hospitals are getting affected, not just here but across the globe.
When you have any service which is on the Microsoft cloud and uses 365 is likely to be affected because that is the service from Microsoft which has come down and there is an outage on that. The global outage on that. Anybody who's not using cloud is safely continuing to work like I am continuing to work normally because I am not on the cloud. But at the same time, services globally are now increasingly shifting to the cloud, meaning that you data and storage is outside one's own hard disk and one office into services which are controlled by Microsoft. Those are the services which go down. And this is all now part of critical infrastructure. Ideally, Microsoft should have a backup plan to ensure that services don't go down. But we have a problem, we have an issue. If hospitals, airlines, and critical infrastructure gets affected, it is a very serious problem. And one will have to learn from this and make sure that in the future, there are backup plans and a plan B and a plan C. So this is all part of cybersecurity, and Microsoft should ideally have ensured that there were backup.
Thank you so much for getting us all those options considering going forward if there is a second time around. Well, it's Microsoft who's gone on to say that configuration change led to that snag. Preliminary root cause has been identified by Microsoft and they're working to fix that very issue. With that, we're slipping a short break. Gargi will be here with the very latest on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small scale industries, kindly give us a export benefits incentive to us.
But for a micro or small scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं।
बहुत ही performance आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले।
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. Up ahead, all the news you need to know, including about the global outage that is being suffered by tech users across the world. More on that. First, a look at the headlines. And millions of Windows users across the globe are experiencing the blue screen of death error, which is causing systems to shut down. Microsoft has said that the error is being caused due to a recent CrowdStrike update, but this has impacted airports, banks, and hospitals' newsrooms as well. On the new criminal laws, the Madras High Court sends a notice to the centre over the criminal laws that have been introduced on a petition by DMK leader, which challenges the constitutionality of the new laws. Politics heats up in poll-bound states like Maharashtra and Haryana. Congress in Maharashtra to hold a meeting and focus on cross voters in the recent MLC elections, while in Haryana, the Congress has launched a new campaign. And Bangladeshi students set fire to the country's state broadcaster day after Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina appeared on the network seeking to calm the escalating clashes over jobs quota. 32 people have died in these protests. The protesters want the government hiring policy to be reformed. All right, the big breaking news, the global news, in fact, millions of Windows users across the world are experiencing the blue screen of death error, which is causing the system to suddenly shut down or restart. Microsoft, in a message, has said that the error is being caused due to a recent CrowdStrike update. Now, CrowdStrike it provides advanced cybersecurity solutions to Windows PCs, and CrowdStrike is facing the outage, this glitch that is causing this chaos world over. According to reports, the bug has affected several companies, banks, airlines, and news offices as well as government offices across the US and Australia. In fact, Microsoft has said its outage started at about 6 p.m. Eastern Time on Thursday. That's in the US, with a subset of its customers experiencing issues with multiple Azure services in the central US region. And then this just spread across the globe. The outage has caused flight cancellations and delays across the world, including in India. The outage has affected several airlines, grounding planes, disrupting flight operations at both Delhi and Mumbai airport. In fact, several airlines have put out messages for their passengers. Akasa Airlines announced that some of its online services will be temporarily unavailable at Mumbai and Delhi airports. SpiceJet 2 said in a statement, "We're currently facing a technical issue in providing updates on flight disruptions. Our team is actively working to resolve this issue." This is also, as we said, impacted banks, it's impacted hospitals as well. So many people facing issues. If you're somebody who's facing such an issue, do call in that number on your screens there. So a global Microsoft outage, though Microsoft saying that it is being caused due to a recent CrowdStrike update. And this is affecting, as we said, news channels and airlines across the world. Well, let's go across to Pallav now, who joins us for more. My colleague Pallav Bagla. And Pallav, first and foremost, just explain to the viewers, what is causing this outage, as Microsoft has said so far that this is due to a recent CrowdStrike update. CrowdStrike, that is a cyber security solutions platform.
Very simply, it is a failure of the cloud service by Microsoft. Why and what is the actual bug, only Microsoft can resolve and tell. But essentially for users, they are unable to access the cloud platform and on which the most of Microsoft 365 services work. So this is essentially users unable to connect to the cloud platform. And today, most users are using cloud as a way of storing and using the data and accessing the data. So when you can't access the cloud, and a cloud means that the storage of data is not on one's own hard disk, but on a platform which is owned by Microsoft or by an outsourced company. And when you can't access that, your data and your network fails to do that. And this is really what is called death by the blue screen. And this is something Mr. Bill Gates had spoken about long ago, and he himself had faced that many times. And this is now a global phenomenon. And this is really now a cybersecurity issue and something which Microsoft will have to address to make sure that this kind of outage doesn't happen. Today, information technology, cloud computing, software is an integral part of infrastructure for not just private companies, but for governments and individuals. So this is a big failure on part of Microsoft, and they should be able to fix it soon as they figure out what is really wrong. They're saying what is wrong with CrowdStrike, but then they need to fix it. It should be done very quickly before the outage spreads.
Right.
It's like wildfire.
Right, Pallav, very worrying, and also just shows how vulnerable we are if, one glitch can cause so much chaos and confusion across the globe. We also have a caller with us, calling in from Bengaluru, Anish Mukherjee. Go ahead.
Hey, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. So currently, I'm waiting at the Satra World Hospital here in Bangalore. And here, I'm suffering from dengue, but here I'm facing a severe outage of the network, due to which I'm not able to get admitted. So there is a huge crowd here in Satra World Hospital, and I'm facing the entire outage since almost 3 hours now.
Right, and that's so concerning. One can imagine so many people facing the same issue. It's impacting hospitals. You're not able to get admitted. What is the hospital saying? What are the authorities there saying?
So currently the situation here is there also. Many patients are waiting here, and I'm planning to go back home because there is no proper response also from the hospital authorities. So that is why I'm planning to come back. But I'm going to visit somewhere, some other hospital, just to see if I'm able to get myself admitted.
All right, and given you're suffering from dengue, you shouldn't waste too much energy. Thank you so much, Anish, for calling in. Anish Mukherjee there telling us how he's not being able to get admitted to hospital because of this technical outage, because of this global Microsoft outage, that they're not able to take in patients and that many other patients are waiting at that hospital. So it's affected hospitals, it's affected newsrooms like ours, and it's also affected airlines. Let's go across to Ishika, NDTV's Ishika now, who joins us from the international airport in Delhi. And Ishika, what are you hearing there? How long will it take for things to get under control? We're seeing visuals of a lot of passengers waiting. All the airlines have put out statements as well.
Well, as you rightly mentioned, this time it is certainly a global outage from, from the side of the Microsoft, and I'm currently present at the T3 airport. Now, first, we'd like to show you the visuals that we are getting from here. You can see that there are several display screens, that certainly have gone blank because of, because of being affected due to the Microsoft's problem. Now, you can see, it's written there, recovery. We'll try to, get to some of the people here to talk with us. हम आपसे जानना चाहेंगे, यहाँ पे आके अक्सर लोग देखते हैं, अपना आप भी देख रहे होंगे अपने फ्लाइट्स, ऐसे में अचानक से ये पूरी जो स्क्रीन है वो ब्लैंक हो जाना, परेशानी हो रही है आपको?
ऑफ कोर्स ये इट्स अ पैनिक मोमेंट. सो अगर डिस्प्ले नहीं होगा टाइम से और हम लोग देख नहीं पाएंगे तो ऑफ कोर्स वो प्रॉब्लम तो रहेगा.
आप भी यहाँ पर आए होंगे ये फ्लाइट्स एंड ऑल देखने के लिए, एंड हम देख रहे हैं कि काफ़ी सारे जो स्क्रीन्स हैं उसे डेटा जा चुका है, तो काफ़ी मुश्किलें आ रही हैं.
जी वो तो है ही. अब क्या ही बताया, अब जो और भी कुछ फ्लाइट्स आने वाले हैं वो भी यहाँ नहीं दिखा रहे हैं. ये तो बहुत परेशानी वाली बात है आम जनता के लिए.
So certainly, people here are saying that they are facing a lot of difficulty. Now first, let me show you some more visuals that we are getting you from the T3 airport. Now, this is the area where you can print your boarding pass. Now, let me show our viewers what we are getting to know here. Here also, it is certainly not operational because of being impacted. You can see it is written, sorry, this is temporarily unavailable. So people also, facing a lot of issues here is what we are getting to know. We'll also try to go across to some of the people here. We just want to know from you, are you facing any problem while printing your boarding passes? Anyone? So certainly, people here also, you can see long queue of the passengers here. We already showed you how, in fact, the display screens at the T3 airport has also been impacted. Now, what is the statement? If we talk about the statement that has come from Microsoft, there it has been said that the configuration change in the portion of the Azure backend workloads has caused this interruption between storage and compute resources, which resulted in connectivity failures that affected downstream Microsoft 365 services dependent
on these connections. But certainly after this, we are seeing that there are various flights also that are being affected. We are seeing that already, the advisories are being issued by various airlines, be it SpiceJet, be it Akasa Air, or be it Indigo. And certainly you can currently also see the visuals that we are getting you from the airports here at the Delhi airport T3, right, where in fact even the display screens are currently, there's no data that seems to be appearing here, and because of that people say that they are facing difficulty. Over to you.
Right, Ishika, thank you so much for getting us, a sense of what it's like at the airport, and major chaos, as you can imagine, those screens just going blank, people not able to print out their boarding passes, and this is just gives you a sense of the kind of chaos that is taking place in various places across the world. And Vishal also joins us for more. He's going to tell us more about that blue screen of death, Vishal, which many employees and workers and corporate workers have, gone into work, and that's all that's facing them right now. But before that, we have many callers also calling in about the difficulties that they're facing. Now we're joined by Kapil, who's calling in from Pune, and he works at Cap Gemini. Yes, Kapil, go ahead.
So our systems were down today. Our laptops are mostly back to the cloud, and what is the primary concern now is the systems not working is one thing that is impacting work. But if the data, I hear that the cloud is also impacted, and if the data gets impacted or breached, that would be a disastrous thing to happen. So we are not yet clear on that. So that's what the concern is.
No, absolutely. And right now, of course, the concern or the priority is to, get things working. But yes, the long-term impact of this, what we understand, Kapil, is that this is a cause due to a recent CrowdStrike update. And this glitch or this update is what has caused and compromised everybody's networks.
Right. It's an update. So the people who did not update, they were able to work for some time. And once they got the update, then their systems went down. So that's what. So it's clearly an update, but so even the cloud systems, if they are impacted by the same update, then it's fine. I think they would come back again online. But what about the data is a concern. So. Yeah,
right, so that's a whole new fear that you're talking about right now. Of course, as we said, priority to get things on track, get things working, but a whole new fear now is that data could be compromised, you're saying, and that is something that is hugely concerning.
Yeah, so it would be good to have update from Microsoft around the data safety, and that the data is not breached or data is not lost anywhere. Some data is not lost. So
right.
If we have that confirmation, that would be a big relief.
All right, so that, as we said, a new fear unlocked there, Vishal, and I think this is something we're going to have to ask Microsoft about, that concerns about data being compromised as well because of this outage that has happened. Let's also go across to Ghazali now, who joins us from the National Heart Institute. And Ghazali, we were just speaking to somebody from a hospital in Bengaluru who has dengue, and he's not being able to get himself admitted. And he says there are many people there, and systems down at the hospitals as well.
See, right now, thankfully, the system inside this National Heart Institute is working, but we are receiving reports from ATMs. Some ATMs are not working in the area right now. People had queued up at a nearby ATM, but it is... इससे पूछ रही हो.
All right, we seem to have had a problem there with Ghazali. We'll just try and return to him. But the good news, as he was just telling us, is the National Heart Institute is not facing any such problems. At least that's what it seems right now. Let's go across to Vishal for more. So Vishal, we were just speaking to one of an employer at an IT firm, and he says their fear is about their data also being compromised once systems are back. But right now, of course, the priority to get systems back working. What are you hearing from Microsoft? What have they said so far?
So this is what the screen splashed across the world. At least 1 million computers would have been affected. So you can see your device ran into a problem and needs to restart. However, when you restart the system, it doesn't really change the fact that it's still shut. We at this office also encountered this problem. At least 5 to 6 of our colleagues had this problem. They called in the IT guys, however they couldn't help it because it's a big global issue. Microsoft has come out with a statement saying that initial investigation suggests that it could be related to one of the updates, and also some reports are suggesting that CrowdStrike, a cybersecurity company based in US, an update relating to that company could be one of the reasons for this global outage. As we speak, the Australian government is meeting and holding an emergency meeting, and they could be declaring a national emergency. Australia is important here because the global outage has started from there itself. It was about 5 to 6 hours ago when this global outage was first reported in Australia. So that's why the Australian government has released the statement.
All right, Vishal, thanks so much. And, we'll return to you for more updates. Jitin Jain, cyber expert, also joining us. And Jitin, just before, I come across to you for more on this, we have a caller with us, Vikas, calling in from the UAE. And Vikas is someone who spoke to us earlier and says he's now managed to get back online or fix the issue. Vikas, share your experience with us.
Yes, ma'am. Our technicians now have already fixed 10 clients' PCs. We were totally, like from morning, we were researching on how to fix this one. And if you want, I can tell you the whole procedure right now. All the IT admins can listen to it and they can fix this thing. It's very simple. And, we can get rid of this one. It's a 100% solution right now.
Just, run us through it.
Sure. So all the IT admins this normal users will not be able to do this one because it needs admin password. So all the IT admins of the companies who are facing these issues, please listen to me carefully. If you are facing this problem on your desktop or laptops, you can boot your PCs to a safe mode. After you boot your PC to the safe mode to Windows recovery environment, you have to navigate to C drive, Windows, System 32, drivers, and there is a folder called CrowdStrike. There is a .sys file, which is the update file, which we received today. That is 291. C000291. Just delete that file. Once you delete that file, restart your PC as normal, and it will be running. There will be no problem.
Right,
because
this is what Microsoft too has said, that this entire issue, this outage, is being caused due to a recent CrowdStrike update, and so you're just taking through the steps of removing that particular update, which is what another caller also said, that those people who hadn't updated could still work for some time till the update came in. So important point there. We have another caller. All right, let's go across to Jitin Jain now for more. And Jitin, it's just, good to have you with us, but this just shows how vulnerable we are. Explain to our viewers about, how this outage has been caused, as Microsoft has been saying this is due to an update in CrowdStrike.
Gargi, look, there are three things. Usually this blue screen of death or this stop stream comes when there is a critical issue in the system, which may have happened due to a new hardware you may have injected, or a new software update, or an OS update which has come in. And usually whenever the system detects that there is a critical flaw, there is a stop code arrangement which literally throws a blue screen and does not, and makes system to either restart or shut down. Now, this particular thing has happened because this internal third-party service provider of Microsoft, CrowdStrike, which is a threat intelligence company, it's appearing that they have issued an update through Microsoft, and whichever users have received that update, because of that stop code error, a blue screen of death is coming up. Now, it happened first in Australia, then in India, and many other countries. So now, usually it happens because of time zone issues. So suppose if an update is to be delivered at 9 a.m. in the morning, so countries which reach 9 a.m. first according to time zone starts getting impacted. So that may be one of the reasons why Australia was first impacted. Second, also at the same time, the systems which are offline or systems which have disabled the automatic updates are not impacted.
Now, usually what is happening these days, all the new laptops and Microsoft, Windows systems you use, they have automatic round-the-clock updates enabled. So as soon as your system receives an update, it can restart anytime, and you will be receiving this error. Now, third, caller before us pointing out to a particular system file which you can delete, which in a way you're trying to manually restore the previous version by deleting that impacted file, which is causing this critical flaw. I think it's a good solution for individual users. It's a good solution for small private companies. But
Jitin,
for
explain
other
me this.
systems like
Jitin, given that how widespread this impact has been, how it's causing chaos in hospitals and at airports, in newsrooms, in corporate offices, should Microsoft have informed users that there is an update going to come in the system? Just explain to us, because now we're saying it's CloudSource and CrowdStrike and their update that has caused this glitch. But should Microsoft have informed users? How does one hopefully prevent something like this in the future?
It's not only about Microsoft, even like our Android phones or Apple phones or these Windows systems, these days they keep receiving updates automatically in real time. Sometimes it is to protect you to advance your systems. And I think we receive hundreds of updates every week, every month.
That's true.
And
Yes.
they are automated. Users are, sometimes they are to secure you. So these people keep updating systems round the clock, and I think every morning or every 3 days, you would also have seen on your mobile phone, you receive that a new download is available. Do you want to update the operating system? In laptops and Windows, it happens automatically unless and until user physically says that snooze the update or disable the updates. So that happens, and usually no user consent is required for each and every update. This is how they have designed the system. Now, third, whichever system is running on Microsoft, that accounts for, let's say, 90% of operating systems in the world, or 80%. That may be impacted if they are online. So if you're an offline laptop, you're not impacted. If your company does not allow automatic updates, you're not impacted. But if the Windows systems are allowed to update automatically, and then especially if it is a public-facing system, for example, banks for transactions, airports for check-in, check-out, displays, share markets, trading companies, every system which is customer-facing, which is doing some real-time data jobs, labs, tests, all of them would be impacted. Now, the worst is these stopgate arrangements like manually removing a system file may work very well for individual systems, but we actually do not know what the dependencies are of that particular file, or whether it was one file or multiple files. So especially in the highly critical systems critical information.
One of the callers right, Jitin, one of the callers even expressed concern about how they're worried if their data has been compromised in any way once the systems get back on track. But it just goes to show how vulnerable we are. And when this first started, of course, everyone's minds went to whether this is some kind of a terror act, if it's some sort of hostile act that has taken place.
No, it may be an individual employee doing some sabotage. It may be a genuine human error. I mean, usually whenever there's an update, it is not just randomly released into the system. CrowdStrike would have tested it 5-10 times on their test beds, and Microsoft would have tested in beta environment on multiple demo servers. And after everything is given green, then you push an update in real time to the client side. And especially when you're pushing an update to billions of users, you do it multiple rounds of test cycles. So I don't know how this has slipped through. Usually should not have happened, but now the bigger challenge is once the system has crashed, how are you going to manually restore the system to an old state? Suppose if your system crashes and you lose connectivity to internet. So it'll be very interesting to see how Microsoft is now able to remotely restore the system to the previous state without impacting any transactions or data.
Restore confidence as well. Jitin, do stay on with us. We have a caller, Abhay, calling in from Mumbai. Go ahead, Abhay.
Yeah, hi Gargi. This is Abhay here from Mumbai, and I work for a global bank where the entire bank globally, all the regions, Asia Pacific, EMEA, all the regions are shut, and it has also impacted on the production. So right now, it's like the question arises here that being an IT guy, I work with multiple applications, and the concerning when the data, when the release goes into production, there are multiple environments that Jitin said in his earlier interview that it has been tested in the multiple environments. So the question here comes that before talking about the update, why it wasn't been tested, or it could be a human error while the update which was been taken to production, which is causing a blue screen error.
Right, absolutely. And that is the big question. How could such an update be introduced that is compromising banks and, hospitals, airlines, all corporate offices globally? As Jitin was just telling us, that this would have gone through several rounds of testing before it was released onto systems. But for the moment, we do know that major crisis at the airports, airlines having to turn manual in some cases. There you can see the screens there. All right, just before we go across to Ishika, who joins us from the Delhi airport. Jitin, you wanted to come in here. Go ahead.
Gargi, we have seen multiple instances in the past, especially at airports in Delhi and Bombay. Sometimes because of connectivity issues, sometimes because optic fiber cable goes down, sometimes because some employee has, injected a false script, sometimes because of problems like this. On operating systems goes off gear for many, many hours. And it is not about few hours when the systems are offline. To restore the normality, it will take 3, 4, 5 days. So I think we as a society now have to learn that we are living in a digital age, but still we must learn how to keep our system functional, manually in emergency. I mean, that is an exercise now we need to adopt, that apart from disaster recovery and recovery mechanisms, we also have to see that our critical systems, we are able to run it manually, even if it is a slow speed, even if it is the capacity is reduced, but we must practice to run our complete operations manually in case everything is offline. And that is a learning lesson over here.
That and teams, departments, IT departments must learn to do that in times of crisis like this. Ishika is joined by several passengers there, and airlines have all put out statements regarding the problems and challenges and asking passengers to check the updates. Let's go across to Ishika. Over to you.
Well, Gargi, we just showed you that because of the Microsoft outage, how the airport has also been impacted. We are currently reporting from the T3 airport. And even if you have to print your boarding pass, even that has been impacted. We'll go across to some passengers here. Sir, were you trying to print your boarding pass? Were you able to get your boarding pass printed?
No, it's not getting, it's not working actually.
It's not working?
Yeah.
So are you facing a lot of trouble because of that?
Indeed, it is a kind of hassle issue for the passengers. As a matter of fact, so we've got another an hour's time to board the flight. But unfortunately, what would be the case for someone who's getting delayed? So obviously, this has to be sorted out. As a matter of fact, when someone is running late, when they do have something to attend to, so this has to have a solution has to be given to it. Another important factor, this keeps recurring again and again and again. So this is something which the All India Air Concern Authority has to take a stringent action on this. So we are a bit educated. We know what to do, how to get this sorted out. Think about someone who's traveling for the first time. So this will be kind of a pain on the wrong part for them. So already they've got a lot of things which is running on the back of their mind, that how to get into our airport, how to board the flight and all those stuffs. So this will create a kind of a 100% nightmare for them. So I would humbly request the authorities to look into it and provide a solution ASAP, so that people will board their flight happily and then they'll have a very good journey.
As you rightly said, it is the passengers are getting impacted with no fault of their own. And as you said, the authorities need to step in. Sir, was this like you said that you were running late. So now, sir, because of this impact, were you also asked to come early by the airline? Did the airline contact you to come early?
Yeah, they contacted us,
So they have contacted us. As a matter of fact, we've got the notification on WhatsApp stating that you have to be a bit earlier in order to ensure that last minute goof-ups should be getting avoided. So hence we've also started a bit late. So this will completely disturb the entire momentum of the day. We might have something planned in order to go there and visit and to get something for ourselves. But unfortunately, when this has been a pre-booked flight, so what is running on our mind is that either it is to get something for our place or for our own near and ones, or to board the flight. The hassle, this problem always wins that competition. Whenever a couple of things runs on your mind, one is that either to get something for my family or should I board the flight. So for me, this is very much important because the cost of a ticket is pretty exorbitant and expensive. So we shelled out somewhere around 12 grand for a couple of tickets. Unfortunately, if I'm going to miss it out again, we need to shell another 12 grand. So we firmly believe There's difference between what you want and what you need. So for us, it is always what is wanted. So that's the reason we are here.
So as you heard, these passengers here were trying to print their boarding pass, but they couldn't. And they say that even though they received a notification from the respected airline as to come early, but they say, that certainly that impacts the momentum of their day, because for no fault of theirs, the passengers here are getting impacted. And now they ask the authorities, the government, to step in and to take action over these issues. Over to you.
All right, Ishika, thanks so much for joining us and just getting us a sense of the kind of challenges and problems that passengers are facing with this global outage taking place concerning Microsoft, though as we've been telling you that Microsoft saying that it is being caused due to a recent CrowdStrike update, CrowdStrike being a global security firm, and due to an update that they put in their systems today, it has caused this massive issue across the globe and these outages. Let's go back to Vishal now for more. And Vishal, what is Microsoft saying right now? And even though we're calling this a Microsoft outage, global outage, it is something caused by CrowdStrike.
So the latest update that just came in, it was about 4 minutes ago. So Microsoft is saying that multiple services are continuing to see improvements in availability as our mitigating action progresses. So they have been saying this in the last 2 hours, that they have been trying to mitigate this whole global issue, but sadly it hasn't happened. It's been about 6-7 hours since this problem was first spotted in Australia. As we speak, the Australian government is meeting and holding an emergency meeting. All across the globe, the government, the people, they're all worried as to what could have caused this problem. Microsoft says that this is related to an security upgrade related to another security company, cyber security company called CrowdStrike. So it remains to be seen as to whether it's a bug or what was the real issue. Initial estimates, initial investigation by Microsoft is saying that this is related to some update. As we speak, there have been problems across many sectors such as banking, stock exchanges, hospitals. As you were mentioning earlier, people were not able to get admitted to hospitals because of this outage. So there are multiple sectors impacted. Stock exchange of London, that has also been impacted. Delhi airport has also said that many services are impacted. Many airlines have come out and said that they have had to drop these online check-ins and had to adapt to manual check-ins because of this global outage. So it seems to have affected almost everyone across the globe, and it's been a long time since anything like this would have happened. Outages seem to happen every now and then, every 6-7 months some big outage happens, but this seems to be a huge one.
Vishal, thanks so much for that. In fact, we can also, share what the situation is. As Vishal was saying, this is across the globe, and Australia holding an emergency meeting, the government there. In the US as well, major banks, media, airlines affected, significant disruption due to these Microsoft services. 911 services have been disrupted in several US states. Services at the London Stock Exchange have been disrupted. Sky News is off air. And as we've been, mentioning, this is all to it's related to problem at the global cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike that put in an update today that has caused these outages. And as you can see, major chaos at the airport as well. That's one of the big signs, but which we can show you right now. But also at hospitals, at corporate offices, at banks as well. And we had a caller who said that he's suffering from dengue. He needs to be admitted in hospital. He's standing there, but the hospital is just not being able to take him in because of this. And he said there were many other patients like him. So this just gives you a sense of the kind of crisis that is being faced by people. And we're waiting for news from the government as well as to what kind of measures are going to be taken, given that this crisis is happening in so many different facets, in airports and hospitals, in banks as well. As Vishal was telling us, in Australia, an emergency meeting is being held, and millions of workers, millions of Windows users are facing this blue screen of death error, which is causing the system to shut down, as has been clarified by Microsoft that it is due to a recent CrowdStrike update. And as we've been telling you, CrowdStrike is a cyber security solutions which is used by Windows that it is causing this entire outage. So the bug affected several companies, banks, government offices across the US and Australia first. That's from where it started, and then there was this domino effect across the world as well. And here in India, these are the visuals from the airport where many passengers are facing huge challenges, as airline after airline has put out statements saying that their services are going to be disrupted, especially in Delhi and Mumbai airport. We'll slip into a short break and return with more. Do stay tuned.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small-scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small-scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत performance आई सारे दी ते बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Welcome back. The big story story we're tracking right now, how millions of Windows users across the world are experiencing major challenges facing the blue screen of death error, which is causing the system to suddenly shut down or restart. As we've been, telling you, Microsoft has said that this error was caused due to a recent CrowdStrike update. That's a cybersecurity firm. It put in an update today that has caused systems to crash and face these outages. And what does this mean now? It's impacting airports, airlines, banks as well, news channels as well, corporate offices. What we can tell you that it has not affected the Bombay Stock Exchange. So that is some good news, though we do know that it has affected the London Stock Exchange. That is what we've heard, that it's affected in the US and UK. Major banks, media, airlines, 911 services have been disrupted in the US because of this. London Stock Exchange also facing disruptions, and Sky News is off air. So this just gives you a sense of the kind of challenges that are being faced worldwide. We have Vishal with us, who will just tell us the latest coming in from Microsoft, when we can expect some resolution of what they're saying. But first, let's go across to NDTV's Ishika, who joins us from the airport, because that is the most immediate example of how people are being impacted by this, as many airlines have put out messages saying that their services are affected. People have arrived at airports and aren't being able to even print out their boarding passes. Over to you, Ishika. What's the situation there? All right, we will just go across to Ishika, but back to Vishal. Vishal, so what are we hearing from Microsoft?
So Microsoft has been coming out with a similar statement in the last 2-3 hours. We have to tell our viewers that it's been about 6-7 hours since this global outage started. It was first reported in Australia. It has spread to now almost everywhere across the globe. So the latest update from Microsoft says that multiple services are continuing to see improvements in availability as our mitigation action progresses. So the similar words have been used by Microsoft in the last 2-3 hours. They are yet to, pinpoint as to what exactly caused the issue. They have been saying that initial part of the, investigation says that this is related to an update, and some reports suggest that CrowdStrike, which is a cybersecurity company based in the US, could be, one of the reasons, one of the updates related to this company could be one of the reasons for this huge outage. So as we speak, people across the globe have been affected. Thousands, probably millions of people have been affected. Whoever I've spoken to, whoever I've called, they all have been affected. In this office where I stand, at least 10 to 12 systems crashed about an hour ago, and they have not been able to restart.
All right, Vishal, just stay on. We have a caller, Venkat Rama Reddy, calling in from Hyderabad. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, this is Venkat Rama Reddy. Morning, almost 10 o'clock onwards, I'm facing this issue, Microsoft issue. Because of this, most of the people, my team members, it's facing this issue. Yeah.
Yes, so you're telling us since 10 in the morning you've been facing this issue, and what's the situation right now?
Right now, not able to connect anything. Even I'm getting the blue screen.
Are you at office?
No, I actually work from home, yeah.
Okay, and so you're not being able to connect to anything. What are your concerns at the moment? Are you just checking what Microsoft is saying? What we do know is that this is to do with an update in the CrowdStrike, which is the cybersecurity, provider.
Yes, correct.
All right, so since 10 in the morning, as Venkat Rama is telling us, he's not been able to work. He works from home and his system is out. And Vishal, that is, what we've been seeing. Many people calling in, telling us. We also have another caller, Nikhil, calling in from Mumbai. Nikhil, go ahead. All right, we will try and connect with those callers, but lots of calls coming in since the morning, sharing their experiences, sharing their concerns. One person working in an IT firm said they are concerned whether any of their data has been compromised due to this outage, due to this glitch in the system. Let's go back to Vishal for more. And so Vishal, just explain to our viewers what has caused this. We're calling it the Microsoft outage, but it has been caused due to an update in CrowdStrike. And what's very concerning is, and what we've understood from speaking to tech experts, is that before putting in this update, CrowdStrike would have gone through several rounds of checking, but still they put this update out there and it's compromised everyone's systems.
Well, Gagi, the details of this is yet to be revealed by Microsoft. They have only put out the initial part of the investigation, which suggests that CrowdStrike, which is a US-based cybersecurity company, could be one of the reasons. An update related to this company could be one of the reasons this global outage has happened. So, as far as the latest is concerned, the CrowdStrike shares have fallen as much as 14% in the wake of these global outages, so which is a huge amount. 14% fall in just one day, within few hours, is a huge amount. So the company is already facing backlash on the stock exchanges. Whether or not there will be some legal repercussions, because the US, especially the Federal Trade Commission in the US, which is a very, it has a really clamped down kind of an approach towards tech companies. What kind of action that FTC takes, that also remains to be seen. Whether or not CrowdStrike is to be blamed for this, that is also one of the questions.
Right, that is something, that is being reported as it's suggested that the CrowdStrike update is causing this entire issue. Again, more clarity, though Microsoft too has mentioned this update, and so we need more clarity from them as to what led to this massive outage. But as we said, a lot of people at airports especially facing huge challenges. NDTV's Anuj sent us this report from Mumbai.
So I missed my flight and I was trying to book via third-party apps. So I have all the apps which are used to book the flights. And it took me like 2 hours and I was not able to book the ticket. And once in one of the app, when I was able to book the ticket, then automatically I got a message like your flight booking has been cancelled. And my bank also refunded me all the amount. So now again, I came back to the Air India counter where I do it like manually without any third-party apps. So this is the issue.
How many platforms did you try for booking the flight?
So I tried 7 platforms, including Make My Trip, iXigo, Flipkart, Amazon. I tried every app which is on my mobile phone.
Okay. Did someone from other locations also try to book flights for you?
Yeah, so even my relatives also, they were trying to book. So they stay in Patna, so even they were trying to book the tickets and even they were not able to book it.
Has this happened before? Are you a frequent traveler?
Yep. So yeah, I travel like twice or thrice in a month and this never happened before, and this is the first time I see this kind of a glitch.
All right, so that is some of the challenges being faced by passengers who were flying out today. And in fact, in some places, and as cybersecurity and experts have said that there's a need for people to switch to manual as soon as possible. There you can see Indigo is now their ground staff issuing these handwritten boarding passes, and that is the need of the hour. This quick thinking and quick switching really to manual till the systems can come up again. So this is from Hyderabad Airport, we're told, and Indigo, they're the ground staff, the desk there. Issuing handwritten boarding passes to passengers so that at least they can get their passengers on board. And Vishal, so this is like the big crisis that we're seeing right now, and even as we continue to wait for more updates from Microsoft as to what exactly caused this. There are several reports saying it's this the CrowdStrike's a security provider and a glitch in their system has led to this. An update. We've had callers calling in from IT firms talking about ways to work around this, how you have to go into your systems and remove and go to the CrowdStrike directory and then locate a certain file and delete it, and then you can reboot your system. So all kinds of people just figuring out how to work around this crisis that is being faced by banks, by airlines, by news organizations worldwide.
That is true. So I've just made a list of the the series of events that happened in the 5-6 hours. So the disruption started on Thursday night US time. Frontier Airlines had to ground flights for 2 hours, and then the company Microsoft declared that Azure and Microsoft 365 have resolved the problem actually. So the problem had been resolved for US locally, but then it spread to other parts of the world, such as Australia, where banks were affected, and now it has spread to London Stock Exchange, and it's now impacting from India and Singapore to Poland and the US now. So it's covered across the world now, and as I mentioned earlier, 14% of the shares have plunged of the cybersecurity company called CrowdStrike, which is sort of involved in this global outage, in the sense that an upgrade to that system, led to this global outage, which has affected millions of systems across the world, probably billions of people across the world, because Microsoft, as all of us know, is prevalent, it's used all over the world. So almost each office in the world would have been affected. Anywhere I have spoken to, people have been affected.
That's right. Thanks so much, Vishal. And we'll continue to track this story. As we said, people are, across the world facing huge challenges, and banks, hospitals, as well as, corporates and airlines, and people turning manual, as we just showed you there, a boarding pass written out by hand. And that is one of the ways that airlines are currently dealing with this crisis. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More coming up on the other side. Do remember the union budget will be presented in Parliament next week, and everyone from the middle class, corporate, salaried will be watching to see what's in the budget for them. Provisions in the budget could also improve support accessibility and overall quality of life for those with disabilities. So do listen in to disability rights advocates talking about their expectations from this year's budget.
My expectation from the union budget is quite some. At this point of time, the expenditure that happens on disability sector is less than 0.3% of the total GDP. I want that total expenditure to grow to at least 0.6 to 0.7% of the GDP, so that more people with disabilities are getting impacted. And also, the economic empowerment is something else that I am looking forward to for people with disabilities, because unless we put economic empowerment as a priority, after the trainings that we provide the person with disabilities, the economy will not flourish.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ये आया भाग पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party,
is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Welcome back. The big story, we're tracking the global outage as millions of Windows users across the globe are experiencing the blue screen of death error causing system shutdown. This is affecting banks, it's affecting airlines and causing chaos at hospitals as well. Let's go across to Pratibha now, who joins us from Bengaluru. And Pratibha, what's the situation over there right now? We did see in Hyderabad some of the airlines have started issuing, handwritten boarding passes, but a huge inconvenience, huge challenge for so many passengers.
Well, in fact, as far as the arrival terminal is concerned, most of them have been suggesting that, yes, the flights have been delayed by a minimum of 10 minutes and maximum of 30 minutes. But as far as departure terminal is concerned, there have been long queues there with most passengers who have been waiting there for quite some time. And several of the airport authorities have been telling us that manual check-ins are being done, and that has been causing the delay because of the system shutdown. Exactly the number of flights aren't really known, but then most of the flights that are often operational here with respect to the domestic flights like Air India Express as well as Indigo flights, most of the flights belonging to these airlines have been delayed, and that has been causing a lot of inconveniences to the passengers. But most of them haven't really complained as such with respect to the delays as yet, because a lot of facilities are being given to them, most of them sitting down at the restaurants. Unfortunately, the media is not allowed there, so we are here right outside at the bus stop as well as the cab stop, where passengers have been walking in to get to their respective destinations. Let me see if I can have a word or two from them. Sir, excuse me, may I have a word with you? Was your flight delayed by any chance?
No, it was on time.
Right.
I came from Tutika,
right.
So it was on time only.
Right. Yeah. Was there any kind of inconvenience that you saw there with respect to the flight disruptions in the other airport?
Nothing. I'm good.
So as far as the arrival terminal is concerned, well, not really much of a problem there, but in terms of the departure terminal is where the Bengaluru airport especially has been facing quite a lot of inconvenience with respect to the system outage there. Back to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Pratibha, for getting us the latest there from Bengaluru, and we'll continue to track this story. As we've been telling you, it's a global story, really, with so many with outages being faced across the world, and from flights to supermarkets to banks to hospitals being affected by this global Microsoft outage. We'll slip into a short break. We'll continue to update you with all the latest.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world.
या फिर
Team NDTV covers it from ground zero. BJP really had to fight a tough election this time. Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Millions of Windows users across the globe are experiencing the blue screen of death error, which is forcing the systems to suddenly shut down or restart. In fact, Microsoft in a message has said that the error is being caused due to a recent CrowdStrike update. We are tracking that story for you. Global Microsoft outage affects multiple systems across nations. Chaos at airports, banks and hospitals. Multiple newsrooms have been affected by this. New criminal laws. Madras High Court sends a notice to Centre. High Court notice to Centre over new criminal laws that got implemented on the 1st of July. Notice is on petition by DMK leader. The petition has challenged the constitutionality of the laws. Politics heats up in poll-bound states such as Maharashtra and Haryana. Congress in Maharashtra to hold meetings and focus on cross-voters, while in Haryana they have launched a new campaign. Meanwhile, Bhupendra Yadav and Ashwini Vaishnav, the in-charges of the BJP in Maharashtra, are holding BJP meetings. Bangladeshi students set fire to the country's state broadcaster a day after Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina appeared on the network seeking to calm escalating clashes of violence that have killed at least 32 people. Protesters want government hiring policy reform. There is global outage by Microsoft systems getting a bug. In fact, CrowdStrike, the cybersecurity firm that services numerous industries, was down across parts of the world. This has created a chaos of sorts with several banking systems in hospitals, and also airlines being affected. Several flights have been grounded, and this has been happening since morning today for about 2-3 hours now. At least 3 major US airlines have grounded all flights. The same has also happened in India, with several important airlines putting out messages that the check-in processes are taking place on a manual basis, and passengers have to wait for long to get in their boarding passes. In fact, this is happening because of a cloud computing error, a bug that has crept into the Microsoft systems. Microsoft mitigation action progress is also happening. In fact, Microsoft has said that they are observing a positive trend in service availability, and in fact, Microsoft has also said that it is witnessing continuous improvements when it comes to mitigation actions, and multiple services are continuing to see improvements in the availability of mitigation services. But clearly, passengers across airports in the country are facing problems. Banks and hospitals systems are also down, leading to crucial systems, essential services being down throughout the day. I have my colleague Ishika joining me tonight. Ishika, tell us what really is happening on the ground there. There are visuals of passengers who seem quite distressed because these are long queues. Airlines have resorted to manual check-ins now. This is what several airlines, including Indigo, have put out. Tell us, what are the passengers saying with respect to their experiences?
Well, exactly, we are present here at the T3 terminal here, and let me show you that because of, the servers not, being down of the Microsoft, and because of this global Microsoft outage, all the systems, in fact, have been impacted here. We'll go here to the fellow passengers here, sir. हम जानना चाहेंगे कि ये जो system है जहाँ से आप boarding pass निकालते हैं, क्या वो काम कर रहा है?
ना, अभी काम नहीं कर रहा है, बस लास्ट तक जा रहा है, सबमिट कर रहे हैं तो वहाँ पे एरर का मैसेज दे रहा है।
एरर का मैसेज दे रहा है।
एयरलाइंस की तरफ से अभी कोई हमें इंटीमेशन नहीं गया है।
कोई भी कम्युनिकेशन नहीं हुआ। Did they tell you to come 2 hours early, anything like that?
No, not yet. Any updation not provided by the airlines yet.
So, sir, because of the no problem of yours and certainly no fault of yours, the passengers like you are getting impacted here. Was there anyone here from the airline staff who came to help you regarding that?
No one is came for help us, and also we didn't get any kind of message regarding this kind of issues is going on, and might be there is a delay in a flight, so that is not a good thing from airlines.
So, sir, what is the next step for you? Are you trying for any other?
We're just trying to go inside.
And then do it manually?
Yeah, we have to do all the things manually, and we have to first check what kind of things are going on, and flight is on time or it is delay.
So even, sir, the display boards have gone black. I think that is also affecting you. And as you said, you have to get it manually. So a lot of chaos that you are experiencing here?
Yes, exactly. We are getting trouble for getting the actual information of what kind of airline delay, how many hours got the delay due to this error, and what is going on. So we have to get inside, and we have to check what exactly status about the airline and what the things will be done.
So as a passenger, sir, who has been impacted because of this, what do you want to say to the airlines and the airport authority?
Simple, clear communication has to be given to the passengers.
Same clear communication has to be done by the airlines.
So as you heard, the passengers here have been impacted here. You can see, in fact, they're also, the machines are not, in fact, they are also impacted, so they're not operating. Here, we are showing you the space where you can get your boarding pass printed, but certainly the people here, the passengers here, they are facing a lot of problems, and we are showing you it on our screens as well as to how the server is impacted because of that, the global Microsoft outage. And here, we are showing you that please try again messages flashing on these systems where you get your boarding pass printed. Now, not just these systems, but even the display boards here, they have been impacted as well. In fact, there are several display boards here, which we have shown you earlier as well. They have also gone blank. Because of that, the people here, the passengers here, are not able to even check whether their flight has been delayed or not. So certainly kind of a chaos that we are here, seeing here at the airport, at the Terminal 3 where we are present. And the passengers here say that there was no clear communication from the airline side. And certainly they also say that, there was no help also that was given to them when they reached the airport. No one, from the staff side came to help them out. So that also needs to be sorted, is what the passengers here, the impacted passengers here, have to say. Over to you.
Right, Ishika, what we hear is that the government is also taking cognizance of this issue, clearly because essential services are collapsing, and that the IT ministry is also likely to issue an advisory soon. Remember that millions of Windows users across the globe are experiencing the blue screen of death error, which is causing the system to suddenly shut down or restart. In fact, Microsoft in a message has said that this error is being caused due to a recent CrowdStrike update. CrowdStrike is basically a third-party application that looks at security features. CrowdStrike provides advanced cybersecurity solutions to Windows PCs, and that is an update is the reason why this outage has happened. According to reports, the bug has affected several companies, banks and government offices across US and Australia and also India. Microsoft has said that this started around 6 p.m. on Thursday with a subset of its customers experiencing issues with multiple services. But of course, what has happened now is several airlines have said that there is a sense that some of the flights will be grounded and the check-in processes could also go manual. I have NS Napinai, who is an expert, a cybersecurity expert, also founder of Cyber Sati Foundation, joining us. Ma'am, tell us what really happened, with respect to, this cyber, it's clearly not a cybersecurity bug, right? This is something to do with, an update. And of course, was it something that has happened in the past? And why do you think this has affected so many essential services at once?
We don't have the full details right now, so I can't go into the technical aspects. And as you know, I'm a lawyer, so I also don't risk moving into uncharted territory. But to just give you a little bit of a background on what exactly is happening, it is indeed a cybersecurity issue, because it's not always about a breach or a violation that you would, deem it to be cybersecurity. Any aspect which impacts critical infrastructure or critical services will also then fall within the category of cybersecurity. So here is a situation which reminds us that our increasing reliance on technology as a primary source may still be a little premature, and we are going to keep having hybrid processes where the fallback becomes a physical version. And that's not really good news when we're talking about technological advancements. So, what does law have to really offer on this? Now, when you have a situation like this, the first and foremost is that a report is submitted of the problem, and to certain, that's our emergency response team from the central government, and they also then come in to help in terms of ensuring that critical services are not delayed much. So if this issue happened generally because of an update, the consequences of an update must be well within the knowledge of the organization that is responsible. And a resilience mode or a fallback or a quick bounce back plan is expected to be kept in place. So it cannot be really brushed aside in a casual manner to say it was merely an update, etc., because what you're seeing is serious freezing of a critical service, and we are seeing the consequences of it right as we speak on our screens. So what we really need to look at is that, one, we need systems and processes in place which will ensure that victims are immediately intimated. It's not just about the airlines or just about the service provider. It has to be a cohesive whole which will work together in a process-driven manner, and with the process being given to us by a regulator.
Okay, resilience is the key word here. Thank you, Ms. Napane, for joining us. Dr. Amit Sarwal, editor of the Australia Today, also joins us. Sir, tell us what is happening with respect to Australia, because I did see that it is one of the countries that has been affected the maximum. A lot of reports have come in from Australia, especially from cities like Melbourne. When did you know that there was a bug, and the kind of scale of impact that it has had?
So around 3 p.m., the reports started coming in that there is some kind of outage at select systems in banks, retails, airports. Some of the hospitals were affected as well, but it was not widespread at that point of time. But so initially people here thought that it's one, again, a cyber attack that we used to have. We had one last year as well, late last year. But as the news started coming in from globally, particularly from US, the UK, and European countries, the government is at around half an hour ago, just at 6 o'clock Australian time, they have had a meeting where they have said this is not a cyber attack. This issue is related to, as everyone knows that it's related to Microsoft and CrowdStrike, one of the service providers, and therefore it's not widespread. But yes, we have very similar scenes as you are just showing it to your audiences at Sydney Airport, Melbourne Airport. Melbourne Airport has just tweeted that they have appointed special pink vest or pink shirt volunteers to help maintain and manage the crowd and assist them, particularly the flights that are coming in, because the immigration checkouts have the blue screen of death. And most of the systems here in Australia have been automated, and that's one of the major problems. So one of the issues that, when I was out, I looked at certain people have to leave their shopping trolleys because they couldn't pay using their mobile phones, the pay ID, and therefore they couldn't shop. And this is weekend, so most people prefer to shop at weekend, Friday night, and then Saturday and Sundays are free. And you could actually see them feel helpless when they have to leave, shopping, the trolley full of goods. Most people do not carry cash here, so that's one of the things that's becoming really a nuisance at the moment. And I think the government is talking to Microsoft, but yes, people do not know how long will it take to fix this issue.
Thank you, Dr. Sarwal, for speaking to NDTV. We also spoke to government sources, and they're saying that the IT ministry could be issuing an advisory soon, and that the government is cognizant of this issue that's taking place. In fact, MeitY sources are looking at it, but they've made it very clear that this is an issue that doesn't concern India. But of course, since essential services are breaking down, the ministry is looking into it seriously. I have my colleague Mohammad Ghazali also joining us from Delhi. Ghazali, since morning today, we did see a lot of systems collapse across banks, airports, and also media organizations. Our own newsroom, had so many systems that sort of collapsed. Tell us, what is the sentiment on ground and what kind of problems are people facing?
See, I visited around half a dozen banks, ATMs and hospitals in this particular area in GK and nearby areas. Most of the places, the operations are going smooth and they have not been impacted by this outage. But frankly, some of the systems are impacted in some companies, but it's not a widespread impact, because you could see the impact is largely on the airlines companies or the computers, the Windows systems and laptops which have Windows installed on it, and they're largely in the airline companies or at the airport. So the visuals coming around of the impact of this outage has been on the airlines, on the airport operations, but in banks, in ATMs, in hospitals, as well as in schools where you have widespread use of computers and laptops, there has not been any outage or the impact of outage as being reported in other sectors.
Thank you, Ghazali, for joining us with those details. We have a caller, Jyoti from Bangalore. Jyoti, tell us, what are the problems that you face? Please go on.
And I'm already booked my tickets. But my daughter, who is traveling from San Francisco to Japan, is going back home, and she's stuck in Japan, Tokyo airport, because there's an outage there. So I thought I'll just keep you posted on that.
Thank you, Jyoti, for calling us. Millions of Windows users across the globe are experiencing the blue screen of death error, which is causing systems to suddenly shut down or restart. This is a global outage, and several citizens across the country are facing this. Shubham from Pune also joins us now. Shubham, tell us, what are the problems that you face today with this technical bug?
Yeah, when we logged in today morning, everything was working fine. And then at around 10:20 a.m. or 10:30, system got self-rebooted, and then we able to see the blue screen populated on the screen. And since then, we are stuck with the Windows, and we are not able to do anything with it because of this glitch.
Right. And how are you coping with this? What are other workers saying? Is there a turnaround that you guys sort of figured out, or are you just waiting for the systems to sort of sort this bug out?
There is a turnaround which we have got, but it's of no use, because it needs a recovery key, which is again stuck, and that particular system is also down to fetch the recovery key for our system, at least for us. So we, at least for now, we have to wait for the update from their end only.
Have you faced something like this in the past? Can you tell us, or is this the first time that something like this has happened? And what kind of impact does this have on your work and also on your company's productivity? It's a Friday today, I know, but still, how are your colleagues dealing with this?
Yeah, this is for the first time. It was happened with AWS, but it was not relating to this kind of thing, because it was relating to cloud earlier, 2-3 years back, where AWS, for some zones, AWS was shut. But this is kind of big issue, we can say, because airports, hospitals, many places where Microsoft is majorly used, and systems are down at that places.
Thank you so much for calling and speaking to NDTV. Let me also go across to my colleague Vishal, who sort of has been tracking this. In fact, he was the first to point this out to us. Microsoft, Vishal, in a message has said that this error has been caused due to a recent CrowdStrike update. We are all used to so many updates on our phones. Tell us, what do you think really caused this, and how serious is this? Because clearly this has been going on for 4 hours now across nations. There are banking services, airports, and also news services that have been sort of in some ways affected. Tell us the scale of this, and also what could be the possible reasons.
So as far as the cause of this global outage is concerned, we are yet to pinpoint on the exact cause. However, the initial investigation by Microsoft has said that the security upgrade could be one of the reasons, and some reports suggest that this cyber security company called CrowdStrike could be one of the reasons. An update to that. It's all happening right now as we speak. So across the globe, almost all the sectors, from hospital to travel to airline, millions of people across the globe have been facing issues as we speak, and it's been about 7-8 hours now. It was first spotted Thursday night US time in the US, and then Microsoft reported that they had solved the problem locally, but then it spread to other parts of the world like Poland, Japan, and then Australia. Australian government is holding an emergency meeting as we speak, and they could also declare a national emergency. However, they have said that critical infrastructure is yet to be affected. There are also reports coming in that some, football games in Australia have been affected. So it hasn't left any sector of the society, this global outage. One caller earlier had said that he was not able to get admitted to a hospital because of an outage, because of this outage. And this blue screen is splashed across probably millions of screens across the globe, and Microsoft is yet to solve the problem. And on the other hand, CrowdStrike has come up with a statement, and reports suggest that they have said that this is not really their fault, but we have yet to confirm this. On the other hand, countries such as Australia, as I mentioned earlier, they have been meeting, and as you've been speaking, that Indian IT ministry will also soon release a statement. They have taken cognizance of this serious matter as it affects thousands, probably millions in India itself.
Absolutely, Vishal. CERT has also issued an advisory. This is the body that comes under the center, the department, the Ministry of Information Technology, MeitY, that looks at security of the country, security of systems in the country, and it basically says that it has been reported that Windows hosts related to CrowdStrike agent are facing outages and getting crashed. In fact, it talks about this, and it also suggests some workaround, saying that if hosts are still crashing and unable to stay online to receive the channel file changes, certain steps could be tried, including boosting the host normally, and it also advises users to check latest updates from CrowdStrike portal. So in that context, tell us how important would this advisory be, because clearly there is not much that the government can do, but because essential services are also breaking down, what would be the responsibility of the government in this regard?
So the government has not really, come out with a statement, but they have said that they will come up with a statement according to the sources. But as far as the response is concerned, India seems to be one of the least affected as of now, because a lot of services that have been affected in other countries, they seem to be unaffected here. For example, the National Stock Exchange is functioning properly as we speak. The airlines are affected. Airlines are the most affected here. They've had to adapt to manual check-ins, whereas usually they do online check-ins. So that's one of the biggest sectors that has been affected due to this. So what the government plans, that remains to be seen. Probably some expert would be called in to handle this problem. But the ball remains in Microsoft's court. Unless Microsoft solves this problem, millions across the globe will continue to face this. They have been saying in updates in the last 2-3 hours that they have been able to mitigate the damage, but it's sort of a repetitive statement that they have been given. The sectors across the globe still remain affected. London Stock Exchange, airlines, hundreds of flights have been grounded. People have not been able to look at the updates when they get to the airport. They have not been able to see anything. So the common people have also been affected.
Right. Thank you, Vishal, for speaking to us and also explaining all of that so clearly. Also joining me now is Pratibha from the Bengaluru airport. Pratibha, tell us what are the passengers on ground saying? And let me also remind our viewers that CERT in, which basically is a body under the Government of India that looks at security of IT systems across the country, especially government organizations. It has issued an advisory asking people to be careful and also asking people to look at some workarounds, which also some other tech sites have talked about. The ministry is expected, the minister is expected to come out with a statement soon, is what we hear, because essential services have also in some ways collapsed for some hours now. Pratibha, tell us, what is the sentiment at the Bangalore airport and how distressed are people?
Well, in fact, most passengers have said that the delays have been anywhere between 10 minutes and 30 minutes. And that hasn't really been such a chaotic situation for many of these passengers here. In fact, what you see behind me is the departure terminal. And that is where we did see quite a bit of a long queue there, mainly because manual check-ins are happening, and that is what has been causing the delay. But as far as the arrival terminal is concerned, most of them seem to believe that, yes, it was anywhere between 10 minutes and 30 minutes, and it wasn't really much of an inconvenience. That is the general sentiment. In fact, we also got a press release from the Bengaluru Airport authorities where they did mention that several of the airlines, including Indigo, Air India Express, as well as SpiceJet, all of them have moved to manual check-ins now, and those are proactive measures that have been taken to ensure that no passenger is inconvenienced. No chaotic scenes as such, but what we also hear as far as Bengaluru is concerned is that some of the techies have been asked to go home, mainly because the systems haven't been functioning. They've been asked to get home. We are yet to get more reactions on that front, but as far as the Bengaluru airport, yes, pretty much peaceful so far. Back to you.
Right. Thank you, Pratibha, for joining us with those details. The global outage due to this Microsoft bug has disrupted functioning of several hospitals, banks, and also media organizations, supermarkets. But clearly, processes are being put in place. The government sources have said that they are cognizant of essential services breaking down. The minister could be issuing a statement soon. And Search.in, which basically looks at security of IT systems in the government sector, has also issued an advisory suggesting workarounds for people to resume their services. Time for a short break. But before that, let me also tell you that the union budget will be presented in the parliament next week, and everyone from middle class to corporates, salaried employees to farmers will be watching to see what is in the budget specifically for them. Provisions in the budget could also improve support, accessibility, and overall quality of life for those with disabilities. Listen to disability rights activists talk about their expectations from this year's budget.
My expectation from the union budget is quite some. At this point of time, the expenditure that happens on disability sector is less than 0.3% of the total GDP. I want that total expenditure to grow to at least 0.6 to 0.7% of the GDP, so that more people with disabilities are getting impacted. And also, the economic empowerment is something else that I am looking forward to for people with disabilities, because unless we put economic empowerment as a priority, after the trainings that we provide the person with disabilities, the economy will not flourish.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers.
We have breaking news for you. There's an update in the Pooja Khedkar case. This is the controversial officer who was under scrutiny for forging her documents, specifically with regard to her OBC status and also with regard to her disability. She was also put on hold. Her training was put on hold by UPSC. Now UPSC seems to have decided to take action against Pooja Khedkar. The trainee IAS officer could be losing her IAS seat is what we've learned. UPSC could be filing fraud FIR against Khedkar. This is criminal action. UPSC could be starting the process to cancel the candidature of Ms. Khedkar. I'm joined by Maria Shakil, my colleague. Maria, tell us what is the latest on the Pooja Khedkar case?
What the UPSC has said in its order which has been released, which is essentially a press release, it says clearly that it has initiated a series of actions against her, including criminal prosecution by an FIR with the police authorities, and has issued a show cause notice for cancellation of her candidature because she was a civil services examination batch 2022, and there is also debarment from future examinations and selections in accordance with the rules of the civil services examinations 2022. So clearly, as far as Pooja Khedkar's future or any possibility of entering civil services in future is concerned, that will not happen. Her civil services her IAS has been cancelled. She's no longer a civil servant, and FIR proceedings and criminal prosecution will happen. In fact, it goes on to say that it is categorically stated that in fulfilling its constitutional obligations, the UPSC adheres to the constitutional mandate, and the UPSC would want to ensure that its sanctity and integrity of the examination is upheld. It is actually saying that from the investigation it has revealed that she fraudulently availed attempts beyond the permissible limit. That is one point. Then it has gone on to say that her father's and the mother's name, her photograph signature, everything has been verified, and there is faking of identity as well. So it looks like that there's more trouble now for Pooja Khedkar. It doesn't really stop here from her being, that her responsibilities as an IAS officer has been cancelled, but it will be about a criminal prosecution which will begin now.
Maria, several questions being raised there on Ms. Pooja Khedkar's candidature, including her, the utilization of the reservation policy, because her father himself was a Group A officer. Of course, her mother also in trouble because she brandished a gun in front of some farmers. Tell us, when the UPSC says that it bars Pooja from further attempts, how serious is that? Because this is probably one of the most serious actions, stringent actions that we have seen from UPSC, while the body itself is under scrutiny for actually, letting a candidate like this actually clear the examination. Because if you look at even hospital reports that she had gone to, those are also reports that show discrepancies in the filtration process.
Yes, that's right. And it goes on to say, in fact, this order that has come from the UPSC has come only after a detailed report was submitted by the Maharashtra government to the centre, and thereafter this order coming in, which also includes that as per the rules of the civil services examinations, which they have to ensure that the entire process is actually above board. and that there are multiple processes of scrutiny which happens. That is the reason why what has happened also, that any attempt that she can take in the future has been put on hold as well. So complete, what has been seen as an embarrassment won't really stop at embarrassment here for Pooja Ketkar and her family. It is going a step further in ensuring that there is criminal investigation and criminal prosecution for what will be seen as faking the certificate and also impersonation in many ways.
Thank you, Maria Shakil, for joining us and for giving us those very crucial details. Trainee IAS officer, controversial officer Pooja Ketkar will lose her IAS seat. This is strict action against the woman who managed to game the system. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Big-hitting batter Surya Kumar Yadav is named captain of the Indian T20 team for the three-match series against Sri Lanka starting 27th of July, while ODI skipper Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli were included for the 50-over series against the same team next month.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है। चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो। ये आया बात पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV news app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.
Welcome back. Even as multiple banks, supermarkets, hospitals reel under this global outage due to this technical bug in Microsoft systems, IT Minister of India Ashwini Vaishnav has posted on X saying that MeitY, which is Ministry of IT and Technology, Information Technology, is in touch with Microsoft and its associates regarding the global outage. The reason for this outage has been identified, he says. He has also said that updates have been released to resolve the issue. CERT has issued a technical advisory. NIC network is not affected. NIC is the official government network, which is crucial for India's security. I have my colleague Vishal with more details on this. Vishal, help us understand the IT Minister's tweet when he says that MeitY is in touch with Microsoft and its associates regarding the global outage and how, and also tell us about this new advisory that CERT has issued.
So this is the CERT agency, which is the Computer Emergency Response Team of the Indian government. When these situations arise, this is the team that responds to these, situations. So as far as this update is concerned, CERT has issued a statement saying that the concerned company called CrowdStrike has reverted and said that there are some steps that the affected people can take to solve this problem. It's filled with technical jargon, but I'll try to explain it for the viewers. It says that you need to boot your Windows into safe mode and then navigate to the C drive and then locate the file matching the C drive and boot it again manually. So these are some of the steps that you can take to counter this problem that's affecting millions across the globe as we speak. This is the CERT agency of the Indian government issuing statement after hours of this problem existing. It started with US, it spread to across the world, and it has affected sectors across the spectrum, from hospitality to health sector to travel. Everything has been affected, and even some games, some soccer games in Australia have been affected. People have not been able to get into stadiums because of this outage, and at the airports there is complete mess even in India because people have not been able to look at their screens and get the latest updates. That's one of the biggest problems, and they've had to adapt to manual check-ins to get onto their flights, which has resulted in a lot of delays. So this is the latest from the government.
Okay. Thank you, Vishal, for joining us with those crucial details. Important tweet by IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav saying that MeitY is in touch with Microsoft and its global associates and that updates have been released now. And he has also said that NIC, the government IT network, has not been impacted by this, but he has also said that CERT has issued an important advisory. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other
side. लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small-scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
The four-day Republican National Convention wrapped up today with a lengthy speech by Donald Trump, his first since an assassin opened fire on his rally in Pennsylvania on Saturday. Donald Trump formally accepted the Republican presidential nomination and, for what he said, would be the first and only time recounted the assassination attempt.
Not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here. No? Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. The crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over. But I could see it, and I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight." In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country. If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems.
Moving on, in a landmark ruling for gay rights in South Korea, country's Supreme Court has ruled that same-sex couples qualify for the National Health Insurance's dependent coverage, a decision that rights activists hoped would pave the way for legalizing same-sex marriages in the country. The decision would allow same-sex couples in the country to register their partners as dependents in National Health Insurance coverage as married couples or couples in a common law marriage can. Numerous other benefits are denied to same-sex couples and other couples living outside traditional norms of family in South Korea. In its ruling on Thursday, the country's highest court ruled that denying a same-sex couple National Health Insurance dependent coverage just because they are of the same sex constitutes a serious discrimination that infringes upon citizens' dignity, values, their rights to pursue happiness and freedom of privacy, and their rights to be equally treated by the law. A water crisis in the Gaza Strip is affecting many people in the coastal region amid the scorching summer heat. Dozens of men and children stood in line in Jabalia camp, north of the enclave, to fill in their containers with water that was being distributed in a tanker truck. The territory's ability to deliver clean water has been virtually decimated by 9 brutal months of war between Israel and Hamas. This has made grim living conditions worse and raised health risks for hundreds of thousands of people deprived of adequate shelter, food, medicine, and aid. That's what groups have said. In fact, temperatures keep rising in the Gaza Strip while displaced Palestinians in Jabalia camp continue to struggle with scarcity of water. Displaced families in Gaza's southern city of Khan Yunis continue to face significant hardship due to the lack of most basic necessities of life. In fact, repeated displacement is compounding trauma for Palestinians in the besieged territory as Israel presses on with its military campaign. Israel's assault in Gaza has driven some 1.9 million of the territory's proud population of 2.3 million Palestinians from their homes. Most of them have been uprooted repeatedly since then, fleeing over and over across the length of the strip to escape a series of ground offensives. Airstrikes in recent days have brought a constant drumbeat of deaths of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, even as Israel has pulled back or scaled down major ground offensives in the north and south. Almost daily strikes have hit the safe zone, covering 60 square kilometers along the Mediterranean coast, where Israel told fleeing Palestinians to seek refuge to escape ground assaults. Overnight, Israeli strikes on Thursday in central Gaza killed at least 11 people, including many women and children. Early Thursday, an Israeli strike hit a house in central Gaza, killing at least 6 people, while another strike hit a car, killing at least 3. The dead were taken to the Aqsa Martyrs Hospital, where an Associated Press journalist counted the bodies. Among the 6 killed in the early strike in Zawaida were 2 children and 2 women. The area struck is close to Deir al-Balah, where many Palestinians displaced from across the war-torn Gaza Strip have fled. People have endured the killing of family and friends in Israeli bombardment. In fact, they have been wounded or disfigured. They have huddled in homes and tents as fighting rages, forcing them to flee again and again with no safe place to recover. Anxiety, fear, depression, sleep deprivation and also anger, aggression are some prevalent symptoms amongst them. Experts have told this to Associated Press. In fact, children are the most vulnerable, especially many parents can barely hold themselves and their families together. There are many resources to help Palestinians process what they're going through. Mental health practitioners have said the turmoil and overwhelming number of traumatized people limit their ability to deliver true support. So they're offering a form of psychological first aid to mitigate the worst symptoms. Israeli authorities released 13 Palestinians who have been detained for several weeks. This is what the Red Crescent Society has said. The paramedic group has said that it took released prisoners from an Israeli checkpoint in the Gaza Strip to the Al-Aqsa Martyrs hospitals in the central city of Deir al-Balah. In fact, all the 13, who include a woman and also a man with vision problems, arrived at the hospital on Wednesday evening. Zakaria Abu said he was detained 55 days ago in the Jabalia refugee camp in the north of Gaza, their home, and detained him. This is what he said. He also said that he endured brutal beatings, insults, and eating food that was meant only for animals while he was imprisoned. Scores of people gathered on Wednesday for the funeral of 3 Syrian children who were killed in an Israeli airstrike in southern Lebanon. In fact, the children were said to have been killed on agricultural land in the village near the border with Israel. Their bodies have been buried in a small village north of the coastal city of Tyre. In fact, Lebanon's state-run news agency has said that 2 separate Israeli airstrikes in South Lebanon killed 5 Syrian citizens in one day. Hundreds of Israelis protested in Tel Aviv, demanding that the Prime Minister close a deal and immediately explain his recent public statement where he said that hostages are suffering but not dying. An Israeli delegation has arrived in Egypt to continue ceasefire talks as Israel and Hamas continue to consider the latest proposal. International mediators continue to push Israel and Hamas towards a phased deal that would halt the fighting and also free about 120 hostages that are still being held by the militant group in Gaza. Talks between the sides were rattled over the weekend when Israel said it targeted Hamas's military commander in a massive strike. His status remains unclear. A Russian court on Thursday sentenced a U.S. musician who has been living in the country for more than a decade to 13 years in prison for drug trafficking. Michael Travis was arrested more than a year ago on suspicion of selling some drugs whose effects are similar to those of cocaine and MDMA. The court in Moscow also convicted a Russian woman of being his aide and sentenced her to 8 years of imprisonment. News reports at the time of his arrest said he is a former paratrooper and has lived in Moscow since 2010. Wall Street Journal reporter Ivan Gershkovich appeared in a court in Russia on Thursday for the second hearing in his trial on espionage charges that he, his employer and the US government have vehemently denied. The court has said that the journalist, 32 years old, appeared for his trial, which is taking place behind closed doors in a city in Ural Mountains where the journalist was detained while on a reporting trip. At the first hearing last month, the court had adjourned until mid-August the hearing, but the reporter's lawyers petitioned the court to hold the second hearing earlier. Russian news agency has said that independent news sites have reported Tuesday citing court officials. In fact, the journalist's employer and US officials have denounced the trial as illegitimate. Russia has said that its army has launched a series of attacks in multiple directions, while Ukrainian side reported intense battles on the front lines, according to official briefings of the two countries that have been released recently. The Russian Defense Ministry said in a statement that its army repelled the Ukrainian attack and launched offensives in various directions, including some cities, over the past few days. Meanwhile, the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine said it recorded 15 combat clashes on Kharkiv front, while battles continued in a number of areas. In another development, the two countries also exchanged 95 prisoners from each side were captured during the ongoing conflict. This is what Russian Defense Ministry has said. Previously, in late May and June, Russia and Ukraine conducted 2 rounds of prisoner swaps, freeing 75 and 90 military personnel from each side, respectively. Ukraine and Russia exchanged 95 prisoners of war each 3 weeks after their latest swap, as part of what has been occasionally agreed upon. Ukrainian President Zelensky and the Russian Defense Ministry reported the exchange. The swap was 54th since Russia launched a full-scale invasion of its neighbor in February 2020. A heat wave has sent temperatures in parts of Central and Southern Europe soaring towards 40 degrees Celsius in places. In Kosovo's capital, Pristina, a fire engine with running water was parked on Mother Teresa Boulevard for people to refresh themselves. The temperatures, which have been high for a few days, helped to spark wildfires in North Macedonia and also Albania. Greece's Culture Ministry has ordered the Acropolis closed for several hours in the middle of the day, while authorities have warned of extreme conditions across much of the country as southern Europe continues to swelter in heat wave that has sent temperatures spiraling. In fact, experts have also said that it is hot air from Africa that was forecast to continue baking Greece for several more days, and at least through Sunday, with the heat wave peaking on Wednesday and Thursday when temperatures touched 43 degrees Celsius. Andrea Bocelli has welcomed a whole host of special guests to the stage during the series of concerts celebrating his 30th anniversary in music. The 3-day musical event titled Andrea Bocelli 30 Celebration is being held in Tenor's hometown in Italy, with the opening 2 nights being attended by the likes of Kim Kardashian and Johnny Depp. Bocelli was joined on stage by Ed Sheeran with a rendition of his song Perfect, recorded him with Perfect Symphony. Bocelli also has a new record coming out in the fall, which is titled Duets, which will feature a whole host of his collaborations across the years, but with also new names of several artists. Johnny Depp unveils a new artwork collection inspired by ancient deck of tarot cards. The 4 paintings titled Lovers, Emperor, Empress, Strength are being sold separately or as a set, and it's limited edition, counting 195 pieces. Depp is not new to the world of art. His debut collection in 2022, titled Friends and Heroes, was sold out in just a few days, followed by his second collection, which was called Friends and Heroes 2 and 5 the following year. However, Depp reveals that his latest work is quite close to him, representing both his personal life and also his acting career. One piece in particular, the Empress, depicts his first wife, Vanessa, with whom he shares 2 children. We have been very, very close for almost a few decades. This is what he has said about his first wife. I know her and I know who she is inside. She's kind of everything I could never be. That's what he has said. The paintings will go for sale on Thursday, 18th of July at 2 p.m. and this will be done at the Castle Fine Arts official website. Disneyland Paris made history during the Bastille Day celebrations by setting a new Guinness World Record title for orchestrating the largest aerial display of a fictional character filmed by drones. The celebration used 1,571 drones to illuminate the night sky. The combination of lights and drone choreography wowed the guests at the show, and they took them through 5 classic Disney stories, including Beauty and the Beast, Sleeping Beauty, Aristocrats, and the others.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Raut. Coming up ahead, the IT outage that has created chaos worldwide. Also action by the UPSC against IS trainee Pooja Ketkar. All that and more coming up ahead. Let's take a look at the headlines. The Microsoft outage has created chaos the world over, from flights to supermarkets to banking operations. It's disrupting multiple sectors and threatening to lead to massive issues. India IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav says India is in touch with Microsoft and associates. The UPSC crackdowns against trainee IS officer Pooja Ketkar for faking her identity will be filing a fraud FIR against her and has begun the process for cancelling her candidature. A DMK leader moved the Madras High Court against the new criminal laws, calling them unconstitutional. The Madras High Court has given the union government 4 weeks' notice to file its response. Politics heats up in poll-bound states like Maharashtra and Haryana. Congress in Maharashtra to hold a meeting to focus on cross voters in the recent MLC elections, while in Haryana they've launched a new campaign. And Bangladeshi students set fire to the country's state broadcaster a day after Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina appeared on the network seeking to calm the escalating clashes that have killed at least 39 people. Protesters want the government hiring policy to be reformed. Our top story now, and from flights to supermarkets to banking operations to airlines, the global Microsoft outage is disrupting multiple sectors and is threatening to lead to massive issues as well if it's not resolved quickly. Now in India, almost all the air carriers, Vistara, Indigo, SpiceJet and Akasa Air, are facing technical issues that are affecting booking, check-in and flight updates. In fact, as you can see there, many of the staff at the airports are actually writing out the boarding passes manually, the airlines, so checking in passengers manually. And according to reports, this outage is linked to CrowdStrike's Falcon sensor, the tech glitch that has resulted in Windows machines experiencing blue screen errors and getting stuck in a recovery loop. CrowdStrike is a security system used by Microsoft, so it seems it's an update in that has caused this issue worldwide and led to chaos. Now, IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav posted a short while ago on social media platform X that MeitY is in touch with Microsoft and its associates regarding the global outage. The reason for this outage has been identified and updates have been released to resolve the issue. Also, that CRT is issuing a technical advisory and the NIC network is not affected. In fact, the technical advisory that has been issued takes you through steps that can help you resolve this issue, which is something even viewers calling in to NDTV have been talking about. And in fact, on your screen, we're going to carry those steps that you can take by going into this CrowdStrike directory and locating a particular file and deleting it. So that is what has been advised as well by the CERT. But let's just take a look at the kind of chaos and confusion that this outage has caused, especially at airports where passengers are affected, where airlines have had to turn manual. Let's listen in.
Our laptops are not to be switched on at all, but the issues in the airport is, I think, the DigiYatra is not working. A lot of us have gotten so used to the seamless, contactless transition into the airport. I see long queues now. I think it's going to take me at least 45 minutes, 1 hour to get into the airport. I don't know how long the security is going to take. And right now, I'm not even sure of the impact on the timings of the flight as well.
सिस्टम अप नहीं हुए हैं, इसकी वजह से फ़्लाइट भी बहुत डिले गई है, पैसेंजर्स परेशान भी हुए, लास्ट मोमेंट तक पैसेंजर्स आते रहे, क्राउडेड हो गया था बहुत ज़्यादा। तो मैनुअली हम लोगों ने बोर्डिंग पास पे लिखा उनका सीक्वेंस नंबर, PNR नंबर, उनका नेम और उनका गेट नंबर, सब कुछ हमको पैसेंजर को, पर हमने पैसेंजर को पूरा कन्वीनियंस के साथ हमने उनको लिख के दिया जो हमारे पास आए। हमारा तब तक हमने फ़्लाइट रिलीज़ नहीं करी जब तक जो पैसेंजर है उसको हमने रिलीज़ नहीं करा। फ़्लाइट हमने डिले करवाया 1 घंटा 1.5 घंटा, पर हमने पैसेंजर्स को भेजा।
कुछ बाहर अभी जस्ट टैक्सी से उतरे सब बोल रहे हैं तो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट का कुछ इश्यू हुआ और बोर्डिंग पास बना के दे रहे, राइट टू राइट बना के दे रहे, तो लाइन बहुत अंदर लगी हुई भीड़ है, तो बारिश बहुत सारी है और ये सब इश्यू आ रहा है।
मैं भोपाल से आया हूँ और मेरे लगेज में वहाँ पर उन्होंने बताया कि सर्वर डाउन है, तो एक तो हमारा स्कैन नहीं हुआ और उसके बाद उन्होंने हमको लगेज भी मैनुअल करके दिया और मुझे सीट चेंज करानी थी, मैं सीट भी नहीं चेंज कर पाया, लगभग आधा घंटा फ्लाइट लेट हुई।
That gives you a sense of the kind of challenges that airlines are facing and what passengers are facing at the airports. But to talk more about this wider issue and the chaos that has been caused by this Microsoft outage, we're now joined by Jaspreet Bindra, founder Tech Whisperer Limited, and also Sanjay Sahe, founder and director Technon Pro Private Limited and former AD DGP Karnataka. Thank you so much for joining us. And first, you, Jaspreet Bindra, if you can just take our viewers through what has caused this massive outage. What we do understand is that it is an update and a glitch that, in CrowdStrike, which is a security system that has led to this massive outage affecting all, the Microsoft systems.
Yes, probably. We don't know yet, but probably we'll learn at the end of it that this is probably the biggest IT outage ever. In some sense, think of it as the Y2K, but just that it happened 24 years later. You're right. 3 things. You're right. First of all, it's not a Microsoft issue in that sense, so though it has affected Microsoft most of all. The issue is with CrowdStrike, which is a global cybersecurity firm whose software is used by hundreds of industries. In fact, 300 out of the Fortune 500 use CrowdStrike. 8 out of the 10 tech companies use CrowdStrike. 6 out of 10 healthcare companies, and most of the airlines in the world. Not only in India, but also in the US, every single airline has stopped. That's number one. Number two is it's pertinent to know that as we know now, it is not a cyber attack. But it seems to be a software issue in the update that you mentioned, the Falcon update that you mentioned. And for some reason, which we don't understand yet, it is affecting only Microsoft Windows and Azure and not the other systems, though there have been some outages in a few other systems also. So everything running on that is getting affected, including the airports that we have seen.
That's right. Sanjay Sahay, I think this has also brought, it's made us all realize just how we've always known we're very vulnerable, and, the minute some issue with tech, it creates such massive challenges and problems. But given this has happened, and yes, as Jasprit said, thankfully it's not an attack, it's not some kind of, malified intention there, but that organizations, be it, airlines and corporates, etc., that we need to, have a quick backup system, and teach people to quickly how to go manual or what steps to take in place when something like this happens.
See, first and foremost is this blue screen of death, as we call it. It's very rare to have seen in the last decade or so. So it is extremely scary in nature. It is something like a ransomware attack where you don't know what has happened and in which manner it has happened. The second thing which they talk today, which is most important, is the concept of resilience which has to be built into the system. And we, for one, we believe that once we have handed over the system, whether to Microsoft, Azure, or whatever might be the service provider, we forget about it. So in cases of crisis of this nature, what is our standby system? What is the resilience in the system? And our capability to run the system even without it with the skeletal services. So resilience is the name of the game.
To interrupt you, I just have to go across to our reporters who will just bring us, as you said, there's need for resilience, and I think we're seeing that airlines are, now turning manual. But let's go across to our reporters. Ishika joins us from the Delhi airport, and Ishika, you've been showing us, those screens going blank, people not being able to print out their boarding passes. What's the situation like right now?
Well, Gargi, there's a slightly good news for the people here is that the systems are slowly getting restored here. Now, we did show you how the systems, in fact, the display screens had gone blank, but the tech team is in fact present here. I'll ask my camera person Xavier Thomas to show you. In fact, this is the tech team, from the airport, which in fact is slowly restoring all of these display screens. Now, initially when we came here, only 2 display screens here were working, but slowly you can see now, in fact, there are 5 display screens that are currently working. So systems are slowly getting restored here at Terminal 3 where we are reporting from. Remember that, in fact, the government has also taken cognizance of this and also, in fact, issued a technical advisory for this as well. And after that, we are seeing that, improvement here at Terminal 3 where, in fact, we were reporting from morning itself and people were facing a lot of issues here. So now what we are seeing is that, the queues which were quite long in the morning, they have also shortened here. You can see that there are less number of people who are facing problems right now. And, slowly expecting that even the boarding, the boarding systems will also be up and running. So, certainly a good news here for all the passengers is that slowly these systems are getting restored at Terminal 3 from where we are reporting. Over to you.
All right, so Ishika telling that some good news coming there, that it seems things are now getting on track. Ghazali also joining us from the National, also joining us from the Standard Chartered Bank. But let's go across to Pratibha first from Bengaluru. And what's the situation at the airport there, Pratibha?
Well, initially there were passengers claiming that it has been a delay of just around 10 to 15 minutes, and then it went around 30 minutes, and people were saying that they wouldn't really mind that. But when it comes to Indigo Airlines, it seems to be very badly hit. I have with me the long queue here, passengers standing here. In fact, one of them waiting to talk about the inconvenience that this airline has caused to you. What have they been explaining to you?
So they are not giving any clear explanations. The problem is my flight has been cancelled. They have not informed over the phone or the SMS or any other means. I came to here only to know that my flight is cancelled. Even the next flight is also cancelled. They are ready to refund this particular leg, but not refunding the returning leg. So if I am not travelling here, how can I come back? They have to give the full refund. They have to also pay my hotel booking.
Is this a connecting flight?
I don't have a connecting flight, but I have a return flight also, right? if you are only refunding me this current leg, and you are not refunding me the return flight, that means I'm losing the money, time, and also the hotel bills. Who is paying for that? I don't know.
In fact, another passenger here who's also willing to talk about the situation here. What kind of inconvenience have you been facing?
I've been here last 4 hours, nobody to attend, and there are huge queues. Everybody's facing the same problem. No clarity about what's happening, what not. Forget refund or money, but somebody has to fly. It's an emergency, they have to fly. I don't know, and city is 1 hour away from here. Again, you have to take a cab. Again, you go do the hotel booking. So it's really in a bad.
Where are you from and what brought you to Bangalore?
I'm Mumbai. I'm here for work-wise. My work got over. That's the reason I'm at the airport. But as I came, there are no tickets, nothing. The server is down, they are saying. And it's really bad situation at the moment. I don't know what will happen. And last 4 hours is happening the same thing.
Right. In fact, there are several like him who have been waiting for 4 hours. In fact, I did speak a couple of minutes ago to some of the families who said that they had a connecting flight, and because of the manual check-in, they weren't really able to get the boarding pass for the next connecting flight, and because of which they had to run from pillar to post. Let me see if I can get another person to talk. Sir, have you been facing any kind of inconvenience with respect to the flight disruptions today?
Exactly. I mean, my father-in-law is sick and we need to go, my wife needs to go to Ranchi quickly, but you know, our debit card got deducted and now we are in this line trying to get the ticket. So it's really sad.
Extremely pathetic situation for several of these passengers. In fact, let me see if I can get, where are you flying to?
We're flying to Coimbatore.
Right. Any flight disruption causing you inconvenience?
But yes, it's cancelled. But we don't know more.
Right. So they don't know much about it, but then all of them seem to be waiting in long queues. So will you like to talk about the disruption, the flight disruptions and the inconvenience caused to you?
We are very in difficulty moment. I have to go to Lucknow and there is no information about whether the flight will go or not go.
It's a very bad situation. You need to tell it. You need to inform us. There's no respond on call, no SMS, no emails. Nothing is being done with Indigo. And they have just cancelled the flight. We went inside and we know that a flight is cancelled. What's this? You need to inform, right?
We have come from 53 kilometers.
In fact, another passenger here, all of them traveling from very far. One can imagine the distance that one has to travel when it comes to getting to Bengaluru airport from the different places in the city here. Just तरह का inconvenience आपको हो रहा है? Can you please elaborate on that?
They have not mentioned anything. Whenever there is a delayed or rescheduling, they provide a proper SMS or mail communication. This time they have not provided any communication. Again, what now they are saying is that we don't have any assurity whether it will be made any alternate availability till the midnight, 12 o'clock. So they are saying that clearly more than 70% of the flights are cancelled. We don't have any assurity when it will reschedule or reconnect again to the communication.
Absolutely no information on when things would resume as far as the outage is concerned, and because of which there's been a cascading effect when it comes to the check-ins as well as connecting flights. Most flights getting cancelled now. Initially it was only delays. There are people here.
Cancelled, they're showing my flight is gone, but I don't know, I got any information. So what to do, I don't know why.
Where are you flying to?
Kolkata.
Right. And you've come to Bangalore for?
No, I'm going to Kolkata. I am staying.
You're a resident of Bengaluru?
Yeah.
Okay. And because of this, what kind of inconvenience are you facing?
Yeah, now they're showing flight is cancelled. So no one is helping me. So I'm asking, my flight is like...
How long have you been waiting here?
Yeah, at least half an hour I'm waiting.
Right. At least for him, it's just about a half an hour ordeal. But then when it comes to the rest of them, they've been running from pillar to post, from 2 hours to 4 hours, endlessly, not knowing where to go, no answers that have been provided. And that's the situation that most of them seem to be facing. cancelled flight, and what kind of inconvenience are you facing?
They're saying it is due to some server issue. Like they're not giving any proper answers at all. So you can see the queue. So many members are waiting.
How disturbed are you because of the cancellation?
I'm frustrated. I have booking at Isha. I'm really like we are taking. I'm taking her for the first time. And this is really frustrating. This is really frustrating because we have prepared it since long time. Yeah, like it's really frustrating, not at all acceptable.
A lot of frustrations, a lot of irritations, as well as inconveniences that have been triggered because of the flight disruptions here, mainly due to the outage. You can see people who have been wrangling their way through the queues, trying to find some answers, but then absolutely no answers being provided. And especially Indigo, when it comes to this airline, it has been pretty severely affected because long queues right outside Indigo here. But what we hear is that several of the other domestic flights as well as airlines are also being disrupted, and that is the reality that is being provided here as of now. Back to you.
All right, Pratibha. So really, cross-section of passengers so frustrated. Airlines are not informing them. I mean, we're reporting about this massive global outage that has taken place, but many of them don't even know. They don't know what is the reason that, the airline is not providing them with those answers or telling them when the flight will take off. A loss of money as well for some who are, flying out somewhere and had the return flight saying, I'll not get funded for that. But banks have also been affected. We do know the London Stock Exchange has been affected, not the Bombay Stock Exchange. However, let's go across to Ghazali for more. He joins us from outside a bank. And Ghazali, what can you report? What's happening there?
See, good news, because the bank's operations are not impacted with this outage. And every moment you'll see one customer going in, there are many others who are sitting inside. The systems are running perfectly fine. They say, the bank officials here in HDFC Bank, they claim that their systems are working since morning, though they know the impact of outage on airlines, on the airport monitoring system, that all have gone out of service right now and have gone back to the manual system. But banks are working perfectly fine. There is no impact of this outage on the banking system or their own server, which they maintain here back in India. So there is no such impact of this Microsoft outage on the banking operations in the national capital. And we have also spoken to other customers, other branches in the nearby area, as well as the ATM kiosks. All are functioning properly. There is no such impact of outage, though everybody knows that there has been a reported outage of the Microsoft system or the Windows system. But in the banking sector as of now, there is no such report that that outage has any impact on the operations of the banking system.
All right, so that is good to know. No impact on, the banking systems due to this global outage. Let's go across to Ishika now for the latest from the Delhi airport. And Ishika, you said things were getting on track. We do know that the airline's working manually. So what is happening there now?
Well, Gargi, in fact, we have been showing you the visuals, the ground reality since morning. We have been present at the T3 airport, and we did show you how, in fact, because of the server being down, the display screens also had gone blank. But, slowly what we are seeing is that the display screens are, in fact, getting restored here. And, you can see that the tech team is currently working. We are showing you the visuals from the T3 airport, how, in fact, the display screens are, in fact, getting started up. I also have a passenger here with me, in fact, who still continues to face the inconvenience, because what we are getting to know is that his flight was cancelled.
Yes, ma'am.
What happened?
Ma'am, I am a student. I came to exam of BLLB. I mean, I wanted to go to university. My exam is on 22nd. I am really worried and tense. I just got a message that your airline has been impacted and the flight is cancelled.
If you can show us the message on the screen, we are trying to show it on the screen. So when did you get this message?
Ma'am, I just got it like half an hour ago.
Half an hour ago? So what reason did the airline actually give?
Ma'am, they show that has been cancelled by the airline directly. I'm really worried about it.
So certainly, even though although the systems are slowly getting restored, the people have already, in fact, been facing a lot of inconvenience, and it is yet to see as to, till when will this issue be completely resolved. Over to you.
That's right, Ishika. Thanks so much for joining us, with those voices. We're also now joined by Rajiv Chandrasekhar, former Minister of State for Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us today. And it's a massive global outage. We're seeing the kind of chaos that has been caused the world over. We do have information, from the center saying that Methi is in touch with Microsoft and its associates, but we still have no clarity when things are going to get back on track.
Yeah, no, so I can't add to any clarity.
Yes, but your comments here.
Yeah, no, so I'm watching the same television and the online. I'm consuming the news as much as all of us are. Look, I think it is enough to say, and it's pretty appropriate to say, that this is something that I have never seen in my life before. And I've been around the block for about 35 years. I've seen ups and downs in tech, and I've never seen anything this deep and this wide and this, touching almost every nation and every small business and big business in this kind of way. I've never seen it before. And the fact that it is attributable finally to a small cybersecurity solution that sits on the endpoint of the cloud just tells you that what a complex digital world we live in, that it is not just enough to worry about the computer that you operate on or the server that it is hosting the application, but that every one of these pieces create complexity and create vulnerability at the same time. So look, it is certainly a black swan event of a kind that I have never seen or experienced before. But the good news is it is Microsoft, and this is a large, credible company, one of the big credible names in big tech, and they are slowly recovering this. It is now clear that it is this CrowdStrike cybersecurity agent that was at fault, and that the patches will be created, and that the incompatibility with the Windows system that was being caused by the CrowdStrike update will be fixed. But it is certainly something that I have never seen before, and it has put a lot of small businesses and a lot of consumers at great disruption, inconvenience, and loss of money.
No, absolutely. It's possibly the largest we've seen, and it also shows how vulnerable we are, which is what you just pointed out. Yes, we're calling it a Microsoft outage, but as you said, yes, it's to do with a CrowdStrike, a cybersecurity firm whose, in fact, stocks have fallen. But what is the lessons from this now? And we still don't know the full extent of the impact this has had.
No, there are certainly lessons that as we continue the digitization of the world is digitizing at an unprecedented pace. We must also move the spotlight as much from innovation and access to these applications to resilience, to fail-safe, to redundant design built in, so that when the expectation is that a business depends on for 24/7 the availability of a platform, that platform is designed to be available 24/7. That platform, not just as a platform and the cloud and its cybersecurity and the entire sum of parts must be trusted, must be safe. So I think that conversation, that discourse will start. The other discourse, I think that is a legitimate discourse, is why are we so dependent on only the Microsoft and the Googles and the Metas and these few handful of big tech companies? And why is there not enough adoption of Zoho, which is a designed and built in India company that does a very comparable set of enterprise software? So I think the conversation about this unrealistically unhealthy dependence on these platforms and having a lot more competition on these type of platforms is a legitimate conversation that needs to be had, because this concentration of risk, this concentration of all of this economic activity and digital activity just on a few platforms certainly can't be by any stretch of imagination healthy as we look to the future. So I think that is another conversation. One is the safety and trust of these platforms, and the second is this over-dependence on this handful of platforms that we need to, in a sense, get de-addicted out of and diversify the basket.
Right, important points there going forward, but also were you relieved, because when the news first started coming in, we heard Sky News has gone off in our own offices, you had that blue screen happening, but were you relieved to know it was not, any kind of terror, any sort of, a global hacker attempt that took place here? It seems at the moment to be an issue linked to what we're told CrowdStrike's Falcon sensor.
Yeah, no, look, I can tell you that I wake up and use my laptop early in the morning every day, and I open it up with a prayer and a prayer on my lip. Fortunately, my system was intact and was not impacted. Look, I think this is things are not going to be the same. The status quo as we knew it before the CrowdStrike event, we'll call it the pre-CrowdStrike world and the post-CrowdStrike world. I think things will change. Things have to change. And it may change in many different types of ways, including, like I said, increasing competition to these platforms. We will wait and see. But it is certainly something that has put a lot of small business, and I've heard from a lot of small businesses who were absolutely traumatized, who depend on their livelihoods and business on being available to their customers 24/7. Suddenly to have 2 hours disappear is not a small thing for them. It's a very, very big traumatic event in their lives and in their businesses. So I think this is something that Microsoft will have to step up and deal with. And of course, these cybersecurity companies that we all so depend on to keep ourselves safe will have to be held more accountable.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, there for speaking to us here on NDTV. It's a massive global crisis, as he described it, something that we're going to be talking about and for days to come, and looking for solutions given the widespread impact this has had, as we've been reporting to you, from flights to supermarkets to banking operations. This Microsoft outage, as we're describing it, though that might be a misnomer, given that it's to do more with cyber, with CrowdStrike, which is a safety platform and that Microsoft uses. So it seems the issue is more linked to that. Now, we have had a reaction from India's IT Minister, Ashwini Vaishnav, who did say that MeitY is in touch with Microsoft and its associates regarding the global outage. The reason for this outage has been identified and updates have been released to resolve the issue, and the CRT is issuing a technical advisory. NIC network is not affected. So that is what the IT Minister has said, and certain steps have been released by the CRT to go into your systems and find to navigate to the CrowdStrike directory and locate a certain file there. In fact, we'll have those steps up on the screens just to show you, and to delete it and then boot normally. However, this, as we've been showing you through the morning, has impacted airlines the most, because that's the most obvious example that we've seen. But as Rajiv Chandrasekhar described, that many small businesses are also impacted. Many companies, corporates have been impacted by this, and many of them expressing worries over data having been affected, which at this point we don't know. We also have with us Sanjay Sahay, founder and director, Technon Pro Private Limited, still with us, and Jaspreet Bindra. Sanjay, so you were speaking earlier and you heard what the former MOS IT had to say regarding this, and he's going on and he's describing it as such a massive event that it's like a pre-CrowdStrike world and then a post-world after what we've seen happen today.
So primarily what we are talking about is, what we talk in cyber security was the Stuxnet attack in Iran. So that we call as the 9/11 moment in cyber security. I think somewhere similar to that the minister is talking about, that the CrowdStrike leading to this configuration issues, and finally Azure getting impacted and Microsoft 365 getting impacted. So this is a pre and a post. So we are at a watershed moment. What I could see with people talking in Delhi and on the Bangalore airport, that whenever there is a crisis, there is a complete information breakdown in this country. And that is the biggest challenge which we are facing with. And the whole myth, which has generally been created by the IT behemoths of the world, that they will be able to provide 100% service, 365 days for all times to come. That will certainly remain a myth, and until a situation of this nature would have erupted, we would have never believed. So we come back to again to the resilience story, why we don't have systems which can take over to provide at least the skeletal services, and that we don't land into the doldrums. The issue with redundant systems are that it is costly in nature and nobody wants to create those systems. So we are dependent on the IT behemoths. Either our systems run or they don't run. We are on their mercy. And suffice to say that the number of moving parts in a cloud-enabled system which works globally are numerous. And where it will fail, we don't know. It is their capability that it keeps on running. Otherwise, we find systems in the Indian IT where servers break down or server services are not provided on a regular basis. So there has to be a workaround. And whenever patch management happens or the CrowdStrike sort of a thing happens, I think all the big players, they should also be taken into confidence, and the information should go to the whole Microsoft ecosystem. Microsoft is not just a company. The whole thing combined is an ecosystem of nearly 400,000 vendors and customers and a variety of other people who basically support systems on which this whole thing runs. So Azure cannot be limited to only the second largest cloud. Now the whole Microsoft systems operate out of Azure. And when the whole
So as you're saying, Microsoft,
there is Azure, the risk, see, we have to calculate the risk as to what the risk is and what should be our response, so as to maintain the resilience.
And talking about responses,
we don't face the detrimental impact.
Right, talking about responses, Jasprit Bindra, if you can comment on this, because we heard that the Australian government had called an emergency meeting given this massive crisis and how it is impacting the public. And I can tell you that we were trying to also get a response, finding out what the government is going to do. And it's just about an hour ago that finally we had the IT minister finally putting out a statement on social media and also an advisory being issued by the ministry. So it took quite a while for all that to come out, emerge from the government, and that is something also that needs to happen faster.
Yeah, but I would actually ask us to step back and do a reality check here. It is a massive outage. It has caused huge inconvenience. It has created lots of delays, cost issues. It has, however, not been to an extent where it has resulted in some kind of accidents or emergency or, weapons being used, etc. Why I'm saying this is that the reliance that the world has on IT systems and digital systems is massive. And the reliance is there because we, as consumers, as customers, as users of all these airlines and other services, want that convenience. And so, we rely on these systems. We had a person saying, I can't get through DigiYatra because, suddenly DigiYatra. And why did DigiYatra get created, built on these IT systems? Because we want that convenience. Now, nothing ever runs for 100% of the time. Everything is on 99.999%. And frankly, this has happened for the first time in the last how many years? And it has been contained in a few hours. We figured out what the problem is. We have a patch for that. Systems have started going up again, as you have said. And so I think we need to step back and take a reality check as to what should we panic about and what should we not panic about. This reality check, however, should make us do two things. As the former minister was saying, the pre and the post era. In the post era, we should have a plan B where a skeletal system operates, even if the main system goes off. And that is not very difficult to do. It is expensive to do, but I think it should be necessary now, and this should make that happen. And three is that if these systems go down, what is the human response? How as we human beings who frankly worked without these systems for many, many centuries can take over. And, like you've seen Indigo or other airlines, issuing manual passes, etc. That should actually be a process that if the systems go down, what is the next? What is plan B? What is plan C? We have that in many other industries. We should have that here also and build in those redundancies, is what I would think is what our correct response should be, rather than needless panic in many ways.
All right, well, we'll leave it there. Thank you so much, Sanjay Sahai and Jaspreet Brindra, for joining us on the program. We'll continue to track this story as the Microsoft global outage is causing chaos the world over, as we've been bringing you from supermarkets to hospitals to airlines, all being impacted. We'll slip into a short break. More on the other side.
हेलो मोटो। लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है। चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो। ये आयो बात बोल। पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefits incentive to us.
But for a micro or small scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV.
Welcome back. The Microsoft outage, or the IT outage, is causing chaos across the world. From flights to supermarkets to banking operations have been disrupted, and multiple sectors have been impacted. This is threatening to lead to massive issues if it's not resolved soon. In India, we've been bringing you the scenes from the airports, as all airlines are suffering due to this, from Vistara, Indigo, SpiceJet, Akasa Air, all facing technical issues. In fact, airlines are now checking in passengers manually, but many flights have been cancelled as well, causing major disruptions and chaos for the passengers. Now, as far as we understand, the issue is actually not to do with Microsoft, but linked to a cybersecurity platform CrowdStrike, which is used by Microsoft, and CrowdStrike's Falcon sensor. The tech glitch has resulted in Windows machines experiencing blue screen errors and getting stuck in a recovery loop. IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav also posted that the ministry is in touch with Microsoft and its associates regarding the outage. The reason for the outage has been identified and updates have been released as well to resolve this issue. So certain steps have been released by the ministry that need to be taken to resolve the issue. Now, CrowdStrike, which is now at the center, increasingly seems to be the culprit here, or at the center of this entire crisis, have released a statement, and this has been released by the CEO of CrowdStrike, which is a cybersecurity firm, where they've said that CrowdStrike is actively working with customers impacted by a defect found in a single content update for Windows hosts. Mac and Linux hosts are not impacted. This is not a security incident or a cyber attack. The issue has been identified, isolated, and a fix has been deployed, and that they're working, to continuously ensure that this disruption ends. We further recommend organizations ensure they're communicating with CrowdStrike representatives through official channels. Our team is fully mobilized to ensure the security and stability of CrowdStrike customers. So that is a statement coming from the company that does the cybersecurity, and which its update is said to have caused this massive glitch that has led to all this chaos that is affecting hospitals, banks, airlines, corporates as well. In fact, let's just listen in to what Muralidhar Mohol, the Minister of State for Aviation, had to say, given the kind of chaos that this is causing for passengers and at airports. Many airlines actually going manual, actually writing out the boarding passes for their passengers.
पूरे विश्व में माइक्रोसॉफ्ट की क्लाउड सर्विसेज डाउन होने के कारण सभी सेवाएं में दिक्कतें आ रही हैं। हमारे देश में भी हमारे एयरलाइंस सर्विसेज जो उसमें ग्राउंड ऑपरेशंस भी ब्रेक हुए हैं, लेकिन मैन्युअली अभी उस पर काम चल रहा है। डीजीसीए और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सिविल एविएशन उसका मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं। हमने सभी जो एयरलाइंस कंपनियां हैं उनको अवगत कर दिया कि आप सभी यात्रियों को इसकी सूचनाएं दें, इससे अवगत करें, और हम सभी लोग डीजीसीए हो, हमारा मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सिविल एविएशन हो, हम इस पे काम कर रहे हैं, मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं।
All right, so that's the first, statement coming out from the ministry, from the Minister of State himself. And let's just take a look at the kind of chaos that is being seen at the airport. The good news is at Delhi airport, things seem to be improving, though many passengers were quite frustrated. Many flights also had to be cancelled.
We are currently present at the T3 terminal, where in fact, because of the Microsoft outage, here also the services have been impacted, and the passengers here are getting impacted because of this. We are showing you the display screens, how they, you see, have gone blank, and we have in fact passengers here with us. Sir, we want to know from you, first of all, the display screens have gone blank. So because of that also, are you facing any problem?
Yeah, actually I'm just really confused. Means which row we have to stand. We are really confused. Actually, my mom is traveling all alone, so it's really confusing for her. I'm just thinking, if I won't have come, what she will do. I'm really confused about that, and there's no one to help us here. So it's really confusing outright.
Ma'am, as your son was saying that you're traveling alone, and of course it has become now challenging. But we also want to know, did you try to get your boarding pass? And was the systems working then?
I have very problem. No, actually we tried to try to print the boarding pass, but it was not working. The system was not working.
So did you receive, any notification from the airlines to come early because of this problem?
No message from airline, no, nothing.
No, nothing. And because of this, now you're facing challenges because it's no fault of yours, it's because of the Microsoft. So what do you want to say to the authorities here? Because of this, problem, the passengers here like you are facing so much problem.
Yeah, actually, see, it's been a long time since I've come to Delhi. So people like me and people like my mom, she's senior citizen. So at least provide some basic necessity or basic place where we can inquire about the flight and everything. So it will be good, but as you can see, the screens are also not working. So we have to wait and we are really confused. It's like chaotic out here. Yeah, as you can see, there are many people waiting here. So it's really confusing and chaotic right now. Thank you.
So as you heard, the commuters here, the passengers here, they say that it is certainly very challenging for them. And they also say, that some of them have not even gotten communication from the airline as well. There is no one to help here, no help desks here to help all of these passengers. And certainly, it is certainly becoming very, very difficult for them, to get any kind of help here at the airport. So certainly the airports also here in the national capital remain impacted because of this global Microsoft outage. Now with camera person Xavier, this is Ishika Verma for NDTV.
I missed my flight and I was trying to book via third-party apps. So I have all the apps which are used to book the flights, and it took me like 2 hours and I was not able to book the ticket. And once in one of the app, when I was able to book the ticket, then automatically I got a message like your flight booking has been cancelled, and my bank also refunded me all the amount. So now again I came back to the Air India counter where I do it like manually without any third-party apps. So this is the issue.
How many platforms did you try for booking the flight?
So I tried 7 platforms, including Make My Trip, iXigo, Flipkart, Amazon. I tried every app which is on my mobile phone.
Okay. Did someone from other locations also try to book flights for you?
Yeah, so even my relatives also, they were trying to book. So they stay in Patna, so even they were trying to book the tickets, and even they were not able to book it from.
Has this happened before? Are you a frequent traveler?
Yep. So yeah, I travel like twice or thrice in a month, and this never happened before, and this is the first time I see this kind of a glitch.
All right, so many passengers there impacted by this IT outage, though the good news is Uber services seem to be unaffected, and NDTV Sam Daniel sent us this report.
On a day, several services and sectors have been impacted because of the global outage around the world. I'm going to check if Uber services in Chennai would work. We have a shoot lined up at the Chennai airport. Let's see if we could book a cab for that. I'm opening the Uber app. Chennai airport, I'm booking. It's for a shoot there. Global outage is the story. It seems to be working fine so far. It's confirming the ride. It says wait for the cab at the pickup spot. It's still searching for a driver. So far it's fine, but the catch is, would we be allotted a cab? It's still searching. So far no luck. Sometimes if it's busy time, it will take some time. Well, it says I have a cab. It's asking me to wait for 5 minutes. It says pick up in 5 minutes, and it sent me the car number and the PIN, so I can also see the exact location of the car. So at least for Uber, so far it's fine, but we can be sure of it only when the car comes to pick us up. Well, Uber says the car is around 100 meters away. Let's see. Yes, I could see the car, the same number. Let's board and see if his system on board would work. I'm going to board the car and see if his onboard system would now work. Repeat OTP on there. 5176. Well, it seems to be working. We're going to move now. We're heading to the Chennai airport. Absolutely no technical glitch at all. The driver was also able to get her OTP, feed it into his phone, and he has started moving now. So at least one service.
All right, so good to know Uber was working and Sam was able to find himself a ride there. But now moving on to the other breaking news that has come in, and the Union Public Service Commission, that's the UPSC, has now issued a notice to cancel the selection of the controversial IAS probationer Pooja Khetkar, remember, who's been at the center of controversy. She was being investigated for lying about visual and mental disabilities and faking her identity, including changing the names of her parents to clear the civil services entrance exam. It all started, remember, with her having the red batti on her own private car, as well as demanding an office, etc. And that is what really led to news coming out regarding her. But since then, so much more information has come out regarding how she got into the UPSC services, how she used fake certificates and essentially fake disability to really game the system. So that is a huge controversy, and she had been summoned back to the institute in Mussoorie, and now the UPSC has said that they will file an FIR against her, that she is going to lose her IAS seat, and that because of using fraudulently availed attempts beyond the permissible limit, and initiate a series of actions against the 23-year-old. So a show cause notice has been issued asking Ms. Khetkar why her candidature should not be cancelled, and further action will depend on Ms. Khetkar's reply. In other news, the new criminal laws that came into effect in June, now the Madras High Court has issued a notice to the centre based on the new criminal laws, and this is based on a petition by a DMK leader who has challenged the constitutionality of these laws. So a notice has been issued to the centre based on this petition by the DMK leader, and the Madras High Court has given the union government 4 weeks' notice to file its response. YSRCP chief and former Andhra Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy has sought an appointment with the Prime Minister. He's written a letter to the Prime Minister complaining of targeted attacks on YSRCP leaders, cadre and supporters, saying there's a breakdown of law and order and need a central probe. Jagan will also visit the family of the murdered YSRCP activist Rashid. Rashid was hacked in the middle of moving traffic on Wednesday. Remember, the video of that had gone viral. It was horrendous to see, and also another MP, Mithun Reddy, was attacked. So Jagan has written this to the Prime Minister and sought an appointment. And finally, the union budget will be presented in Parliament next week, and everyone from the middle class to corporates and salaried will be watching to see what's in it for them. Provisions in the budget could also improve support, accessibility and overall quality of life for those with disabilities. So do listen in to disability rights advocates talking about their expectations from this year's budget.
My expectation from the union budget is quite some. At this point of time, the expenditure that happens on disability sector is less than 0.3% of the total GDP. I want that total expenditure to grow to at least 0.6 to 0.7% of the GDP, so that more people with disabilities are getting impacted. And also, the economic empowerment is something else that I am looking forward to for people with disabilities, because unless we put economic empowerment as a priority, after the trainings that we provide the person with disabilities, the economy will not flourish.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small scale industries, kindly give us a export benefits incentive to us.
But for a micro or small scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
वो performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
We're tracking the largest global outage, chaos at airports, banks and hospitals across the world. 90% flights disrupted in Bengaluru. Microsoft has said that the configuration change led to the snag.
Software update leads to worldwide chaos. American Airlines operations resume. London Stock Exchange has been impacted. UPSC crackdown against trainee IAS officer Pooja Khedkar for faking her identity. UPSC will file fraud FIR against Khedkar, and the process of cancelling her candidature has begun. DMK has moved Madras High Court against new criminal laws, calling it unconstitutional. Madras High Court has given union government 4 weeks to respond to the notice. Good evening. We start with some breaking news. 90% flights have been disrupted in Bengaluru. This is even as services across multiple sectors, including banking, hospitals, markets, were affected worldwide today due to a technical problem at Microsoft and American cybersecurity company CrowdStrike. In fact, Union Minister of Electronics and Information Technology, MeitY, Ashwini Vaishnav, has said that the government is in touch with US tech giant Microsoft regarding this global outage that has led to multiple sectors getting affected across the world. In fact, essential services are down, but of course the services have started resuming, is what we've been told. Indigo airline officials have also said that some of this could continue through midnight. Remember, the outage is being seen as largest in the world. It has caused disruptions in air traffic, forcing airports to shift to manual operations. Stock exchanges have also been hit as a result of this tech outage. Microsoft, while acknowledging the outage, has said resolution is forthcoming. In a post on X, Minister Vaishnav said the reason for the Microsoft outage has been identified and updates have been released to resolve the issue. NIC network is not affected. That's what he said, referring to the National Informatics Centers, NIC, which is the pan-India communication network that provides services to center and state governments. MeitY is in touch with Microsoft and its associates regarding this global outage. That's what we know from the minister. Well, the reason for this outage has been identified and updates have been released is also what we know. CERT has also issued a technical advisory. This is even as millions of Microsoft Windows users started experiencing the blue screen of death today morning that caused their computers to shut down or restart. That happened since today morning. In fact, in the advisory, CERT has said, and I quote, Windows hosts related to CrowdStrike agent Falcon server are facing outages and getting crashed due to recent update received in the product. The concerned Windows hosts are experiencing a blue screen of death related to Falcon server. That's what the advisory added. In fact, it also said that there could be some workarounds to that, suggesting a few actions. The issues occurred due to the latest update in CrowdStrike, and the changes have been reverted by the team. That's what CERT has said. Microsoft, the company in question here, however, has said that the preliminary root cause was a configuration change in the portion of Azure backend workloads. In fact, it caused interruption between storage and compute resources, which resulted in connectivity failures that affected downstream Microsoft 365 services that are dependent on these connections. That's what the company has said. And I quote, our services are still seeing continuous improvements while we continue to take mitigation action. That's what Microsoft said on X. These services have been affected in India due to a Microsoft outage. And several airlines in India have also reported that their systems across the network have been impacted. I'm joined by my colleague Pratibha, who is at the Bengaluru airport. Pratibha, what do we know about the situation on ground there? Is it improving? Because that's what Microsoft seems to be suggesting. But what is the condition of passengers? Truly a distressing day for most of them today.
In fact, it is quite a bit of bad news here because the situation hasn't yet improved here. In fact, what the Indigo authorities seem to mention is that the current situation would continue until midnight. Let me see if I can go across to the airport authorities here. Sir, a quick word from you in terms of...
Sorry, we have a corporate communication.
Okay. So most of them not willing to speak, but at this point in time, let me see if I can go across to the passengers, because the information given to them is that this situation would continue until midnight. Sir, can you speak two lines? What is the inconvenience caused to you?
We don't know now. I don't know how we'll figure out. We have to reach Chandigarh for some office work. Now look at the queue. There is no, it's operational challenge from the Indigo side. we'll see now what they answer to us.
Is your flight cancelled, delayed?
It's cancelled. It's a cancelled flight.
Right.
Yeah.
Are you looking for other alternate arrangements?
I don't know. Now we are depending on them. There is no other option. There is no other flight showing for the Chandigarh next flight. So we'll see when the turn will come.
So most of them seem to be suggesting that they have different pressing requirements where they need to get to their different destinations, and it is not possible. They cannot even look at alternate arrangements because it is too much of a last minute. And most of them haggling with the authorities here, trying to find their answers. Most of them did suggest that they weren't even given any kind of information, no messages as such. And the reason behind this is that due to system failure, they were not able to get these messages sent across to the passengers. You can see the queues running long, most of them questioning, raising their hands in despair. What is the inconvenience caused to you?
They are showing, we have come from Bali.
Yes. We had a flight from Bangalore to Pune at 11 p.m. But now we have got the message that our flight has been cancelled. And there is no information that whether it has been rescheduled or not. So we are also checking out that what
if you are did you look at an alternate arrangement? Did you try rebooking for tomorrow, day after? How expensive is it?
That was not informed. It was not informed. So we'll have to check with the airline. We got the message also. The flight is cancelled. Just check the status online.
That's why we are standing in a long queue, and we are going to ask Indigo that whether they'll able to resolve our issues.
How long have you been stranded here?
1 hour.
In fact, you must be lucky for being stranded for just 1 hour, but there are several passengers who've been complaining for at least 4 or 5 hours now, running from pillar to post. Let me actually show you the board that has been put up there, where most of the airlines and their current status has been mentioned. According to Bengaluru Airport authorities, over 90% flights have been disrupted at this terminal, which is Terminal 1, is what we hear. And this situation would continue until midnight, is what Indigo authorities have been suggesting. It all started with the airline authorities being extremely proactive. In fact, you can see a lot of reds than the whites there. Delayed, final call, delayed. These are the messages that you see on the board that has been put up here. Some of them delayed and some of them cancelled according to the status report on the board. Most of them suggesting that this flight disruption, as soon as it started, proactive measures were taken in terms of getting into a manual mode. Now even this screen is switched off. We really don't know the technical problems that each of them must be facing at this point in time. But then what we hear is that manually, it is definitely going to take time. In fact, handwritten boarding passes that were issued to most of the passengers here, and especially when it came to connecting flights as well, the written boarding passes would not really be verified, could not be verified, and that caused further delays. These are some of the examples that we are picking up from the passengers, the ordeal that they are facing here, and most of them are clueless at this point in time, do not know what kind of arrangements to make, and all of them stranded. If it is going to continue until midnight, what would they do? These are the questions that are being raised at this point in time. Back to you.
Well, Pratibha, we just hear from our sources. The government has also issued a press release, the Ministry of Civil Aviation, saying that Minister Ram Mohan Naidu has assured passengers that the ministry and airports, which is Airports Authority of India, are actively managing the situation using manual methods to ensure that minimal disruptions are caused in the airport. In fact, he has stated, and I quote, "I have directed airport authorities and airlines to be compassionate and provide extra seating, water and food for passengers affected by delays. We understand your concerns and are working tirelessly to ensure your safe travel." That's what he has said. In fact, the Ministry of Civil Aviation, in collaboration with the Airports Authority of India, has implemented manual backup systems to maintain operational continuity. But they have, of course, also said that there is a need for enhanced communication, regular updates on flight status. But, of course, Ram Mohan Naidu there instructing all airlines and airport authorities to keep passengers informed about the flight status and also provide necessary assistance, something which is their right. Let me also, Pratibha, coming back to you, also tell Okay, we will try and connect with Pratibha in a bit. Let me go across to Ishika, who has been reporting on this story tirelessly since today morning. Ishika, you were one of the first few to report on how the situation was actually worsening on the ground at the airport there. What is the situation right now? Because Microsoft and a couple of other people are also saying that there are efforts being made to normalize the situation now. Is there a sense of improvement when it comes to services?
Well, in fact, certainly, Vasudha, we have been, in fact, tirelessly reporting this issue from 12 itself. And in fact, we were the first ones ground. And we currently are present even at the T3 terminal at the airport here. Now, at the time when we got here, we showed you that how only 2 of the display screens were working. But currently, in fact, all of these display screens have been restored. So certainly the restoring operations are currently going on at the airport. So there is certainly an improvement. We also showed you that, wait time board was also not working, so that also has been restored at this point of time. But what we are still waiting is that the boarding, the printing of the boarding pass, those machines are yet to be restored. So certainly the improvement is there. We are expecting that in a short time from now the systems will be up and running. But as you rightly said, that this comes after the government, in fact, took cognizance of this. And in fact, the aviation minister also, in fact, has given a statement over this. In fact, he has said that I have directed airport authorities and airlines to be compassionate and provide extra seating, water and food for passengers affected by the delays. We understand your concerns and are working tirelessly to ensure your safe and swift travel. Now, he has also said that there needs to be an enhanced communication by the airlines and also increased support in terms of the extra staff that needs to be deployed here at the airport. And in fact, the amenities also like, offering additional seating, water and food to the passengers needs to be there. So certainly, the directions have already been issued even by the aviation minister now. So now certainly we are expecting that in a short time from now, the systems will be restored here at the airport at T3 terminal where we are reporting from over.
We'll keep coming back to you for more details. This is an important statement by Ram Mohan Naidu, the Civil Aviation Minister of India, putting the onus on airlines to provide required water and food to all those passengers who have been stranded since morning. And of course, he has also talked about enhanced communication, something that is the right of all passengers. Airlines also need to be responsible to send regular updates to passengers on what their status are. Let me go across to my colleague Ghazali. Now, Ghazali, you've been reporting on the banking sector. That's another sector that has been sort of impacted, sharply by what happened today. Tell us what has been your experience and what are the kind of voices that you heard from the ground?
See, Vasudha, this entire Microsoft outage has impacted the global financial operations, but thankfully there is no such impact locally here in India. And Mr. Dinesh Kumar, the SBI chairman, has been quoted saying that we are working fine. Same came from the National Payments Corporation of India Chief Executive Dilip Asbe. He said that the country's financial transactional operationals have not taken any hit due to this outage, and that is why even right now I'm outside the Union Bank of India, the Greater Kailash branch, and the operations are going on smoothly. Every moment you'll see one customer going in and getting their transaction done. So the financial transactions here in Delhi, in Mumbai, and different branches of major private and public banks have not seen any impact of this outage, thanks to the server which is locally maintained here, is what some of the banking officials said. They also said that the same airports which you are reporting of having suffered outage or impact of this outage are having financial transactions even by the UPI. So even this entire Microsoft outage has no sort of impact on financial transactions, online transactions or manual transactions here in the ATM kiosks as well as in the banks.
Thank you, Ghazali, for joining us with those details. We also have Anuj joining us from the Mumbai airport. Anuj, an important statement by the Civil Aviation Minister Ramo Naidu, asking airlines to be compassionate and also asking them to provide passengers with adequate food and water, and most importantly, providing customers with enhanced communication to tell them when their flights are going to take off and how the system of check-in will actually take place. Tell us what are the kind of voices that you're hearing from the Mumbai airport.
Well, what you talked about is indeed the need of the hour, because if you, I just spoke to a few people here in Mumbai airport, and many of them got to know that their flights might be cancelled or delayed when we asked them questions. That's when they checked their phones, and then they were shocked to know that their flights have been cancelled. These are the people who are traveling across the country for some important personal professional commitments. But the major concern that they had about it was not necessarily just the fact that the flight has been cancelled, but the lack or the complete absence of communication. Especially when you look at it, all the Indigo flights here at the airport have been, not all, but several of the Indigo flights have been cancelled. And these are the only flights which have been cancelled here in Mumbai airport. The rest of the flights are, some of them are slightly delayed because of the weather conditions of how it's been in Mumbai since the morning. But otherwise, it's been good. I'll just like to show you the place here. Now, Mumbai airport, as we all know, is one of the busiest in the world and probably the busiest in the country. But here the situation, you look at it, it seems fairly usual. It has never been more busier than this or less busier than this. It's been pretty much this way. But there's a sense of apprehension amongst people if you look around, and that is what is becoming the top headache for them. It is the fact that several of them are complaining about not getting enough messages from the people and being confused about what the state of their flights would be. If you look at the operations in this particular airport, there are some people stating that it is not just the automated services which are the problem, but the fact that it has been replaced with the manual services, which is why you can see the crowds swelling up in front of the airport now. As I said before, this is nothing unusual for Mumbai airport. It has been one of the busiest airports always, but the people who got affected because of the particular bug that because of the particular delay through Microsoft applications will start coming to the airport now, right? So the people who are here now, they've already booked their tickets a few days ago, a few months ago. But then the people who start coming to the airport in the evening or in the later hours of the day are probably the ones who are most prone to this particular thing. But there are several people having a lot of sense of apprehension about what to expect once they go inside, because they're receiving messages about their flight getting delayed and their flight getting cancelled without any specific reason. Of course, it's the same operational inconsistencies message that they are getting since the morning. Besides that, of course, the check-in has become a bit of problem. The baggage has become a bit of problem because most of these things, which were earlier software handled, which were managed via online services, have now been made into man-made practices here inside the airport. And as we saw the boarding pass, which has gone viral from Hyderabad, many of those situations might replicate in the rest of the airports in the country as well, including Mumbai.
Right. Thank you, Anuj. We'll keep coming back to you for more details on that. Manual backup is what airlines have been using. In fact, Indigo, Akasa Air and SpiceJet have also reported such similar disruptions, although, there is a sense that situation could be improving, but it might even take hours. Like my colleague Pratibha was saying, that it could take up to midnight for normalcy to return. Airports and airlines across the globe have reported technical snags as a result of Microsoft facing cloud services outage. This happened yesterday evening, but we have been facing this since today morning. The company has said that it is taking mitigation actions after service disruptions. Let's go back to my colleague Pratibha, who's been reporting from the Bengaluru airport. Long queues there. Remember that airlines have to resort to manual check-in processes now, which has also led to unexpected delays for passengers. Let's take a look at what the situation is there.
The Bengaluru airport, thanks to the global outage, there has been a lot of flight disruptions that have been reported, especially with Indigo Airlines being severely affected. Long queues right outside this counter, like you can see, most of them claiming that flight cancellations have not been informed. In fact, most of them did really take proactive measures in terms of shifting to manual check-ins, but then one can imagine the delays caused due to manual check-ins. What started off as a 10-minute to 30-minute delay, which didn't really matter for for the passengers. Then it went on to connecting flights where due to manual check-ins, people could not get the connecting flights organized on time and they had to miss those flights. That apart, most of them have been complaining about flight cancellations as well. Let me see if I can go across to a couple of passengers to give you a reality check of the frustrations, the irritations, as well as the kind of inconvenience caused to them. So if you can speak a few lines about the inconvenience caused to you.
Yeah, definitely. See, I just came in and I was just checking DigiYatra. I don't know, I have not received mail, I have not received any messages, their flight, they are saying flight cancelled. So now I need to go tomorrow, I have a meeting. Then tell me how to go it. Even Indigo, they are professional. I don't know why they are behaving like an unprofessional. So this is really pathetic. You can look at this. Everyone is frustrated now.
Right.
Thank you.
Most of them talking about their frustration here. Ma'am, could you speak a few lines about the inconvenience caused to you because of this?
Yeah, it's actually quite difficult because they did not send us an information beforehand. We got to know when we got to our gates, and I actually have to go because someone passed away in my family, and now I don't know if they'll reschedule it or not, so it's quite bad.
Dire situations in their family that is causing the entire frustration, triggering an outrage of sorts among passengers here at the Bengaluru airport. Most of them claiming that they have to take these flights, no confirmation, no messages given. Ma'am, can you speak a few lines about the inconvenience caused?
It's cancelled, so that's what they say. There's nothing could be done before 12 midnight. Even if we try to book another flight, there could be payment issues. So there's no option right now.
So that was my colleague Pratibha reporting from Bengaluru Airport. Remember that officials of Airports Authority of India have said that from 12:30 a.m. today, the issue did begin of this outage, the fallout of the global outage that several nations have been reeling under. Flights of airlines, including Indigo, SpiceJet and Akasa, have been affected. Let me go across to my colleague Ishika, who has been reporting from the Delhi airport. Ishika, you've also covered the aviation ministry. There is a statement by the aviation minister asking airlines to ensure adequate water, food and also, enhanced communication when it comes to delays to the passengers. It's a question of their rights. They've paid money for it. Tell us, is that happening on the ground there, and is the situation slightly improving?
As you rightly mentioned, Vasudha, in fact, we just saw that just a while ago, the statement was also, in fact, issued by the aviation minister, and the directions were issued, in fact, to the staff here to, in fact, ensure that, there is the communication is enhanced to the passengers here, and also, in fact, there should be adequate seating arrangements done. The water and the food should be given to the passengers here. Well, we are currently present at the T3 airport. Now, currently we are not seeing that all of that has taken form into the action, but certainly we are hoping that in a short while from now we will be seeing improvement. Now, as far as the systems are concerned, Vasudha, the systems certainly have been restored here. We continue to show you how, in fact, the display boards have been restored, though we are also showing you that the flights were also impacted. We are showing you how there were several flights that were also cancelled here, because remember the advisories were already issued by the airlines, and we are showing you how the Indigo flight to Ranchi was cancelled, and there are in fact the other also which have been delayed, like SpiceJet, the SpiceJet flight to Dubai, in fact, which has been delayed. That have delayed. So remember, the advisories were already issued, but we are expecting that from now on, especially when the systems are now being restored, this inconvenience to the passengers might decrease. But certainly, we talked to a lot of passengers from the time that we were here. At that time, they were facing a lot of inconvenience, but we can certainly see that the long queues that we initially reported to you, the long queues, they certainly have shortened here. So certainly the inconvenience that the passengers were facing initially, that has decreased. But we have talked to the passengers there and they said that the communication was not clear by the airlines. There was no help desk that was present. But after the directions that have been issued by the aviation minister, we'll have to wait and watch whether all of those, will turn into actions here at the airport, because that is certainly one of the points that the passengers were stressing upon. So we are yet to see all those directions that were issued to be followed here, but we are in fact waiting, and in fact, we are waiting as to when that happens. But certainly the inconvenience to the passengers has been reduced, and certainly the short queues are certainly an indication of that. Over to you.
Thank you, Ishika. So fortunately, the situation seems to be improving now. Remember, Microsoft's global outage has impacted flights and check-in processes across airports, and we'll bring you more voices from Mumbai Airport now. Going back to my colleague Anuj. Anuj, tell us what is the latest? We did see the statement, this important statement by Ram Mohan Naidu, the Civil Aviation Minister, something that Ishika was also talking about, asking airlines to be responsible and to send out enhanced communication when it comes to unexpected delays. Specifically in this case, how are passengers responding to this? Were they even told that this is because of this Microsoft technical bug? Were they given an idea as to how much the delay could be? It could have been a very distressful situation for them, considering that many of them had to wait for hours.
Yes, indeed. And see, quite contrary to what is the case in Delhi here, the lines, the queues are becoming longer. When we were here during the afternoon, when this entire issue popped up. So the general awareness about this matter was too less. And most importantly, the people who were present here, who had flights to catch in the morning, or in the afternoon, were the ones which were mostly booked earlier. But then, as we are reaching the end of the day, we are seeing the longer queues. We are seeing more number of people getting affected by it. And one thing that we all complain about is the lack or the absence of complete communication about any sort of reason being given for the delay. We just received an email, many of those who literally opened their phone when we asked them questions about it and got shocked after reading the mail that their flight has been cancelled for no good reason. Now, they haven't been told the reason, and that is the reason for their frustration. Many of them, of course, were planning to go inside and complain it to the authorities. And then secondly, if you see, there was a lot of movement inside the airport since the morning, but it is increasing now because as you see, the queues are getting longer. And as we've been saying since before, that the baggage counter and the check-in system in Mumbai Airport, which is completely automated, just like how it is in the rest of the airports have been, it is. And now it has become completely manual, and that also is resulting into longer queues because there are several other flyers who have taken up, who have chosen airlines which are not getting affected because of these systems, but even they are getting affected because Microsoft is one of those basic softwares used by the entirety of the airport at different levels. And when we talked to the passengers here, one thing that they noted is that the flight getting delayed or cancelled is not just about their travel from one city to the other, but it is disrupting the plans for many people here. Many of them are going for important professional, and several people are going for their important personal visits as well. There are several first-time flyers whose families had come here, and then of course, it was very natural for there to be a sense of apprehension if there was so much of news about flights getting delayed or cancelled. So the sense of apprehension, sadly, is slightly on a high here in Mumbai at the moment, which wasn't quite the case in the afternoon. Although the airport authority has been communicating with them about the reasons, which many of them themselves, because the people who are questioned at first by the passengers are the security people who are completely unaware of the situation. So the general awareness about this entire complicated breakdown of the Microsoft machinery is increasing as the day is proceeding further. And it will become interesting to see how the situation unfolds, because we're seeing that the certain flights, mostly from the Indigo airline, are getting cancelled here. And those are the people who are, of course, traveling domestically from one part of the country to the other who are getting affected because of this. So more voices are
Microsoft's
expected,
global
more customers are expected.
Right. Microsoft's global outage has impacted flights and check-in processes across cities in India. Anuj, Pratibha from Bengaluru was telling us that there is a possibility that situation might take up till midnight to normalize. Is there a sense of time? Is there a sense of, a deadline or, approximately as to when situations could actually, become normal, situation could improve? Because even in Delhi, there is a sense that things are improving. The processes have been put back in place and web check-in process has begun again. That's what Ishika was telling us shortly. When do you think that can happen in Mumbai?
You see a lot of problems which probably existed in other parts, in other airports of the country did not occur here at all. Like all those screens which we are seeing going off in Delhi were on here all the time. And the movement of the passengers inside the airport was smooth throughout the day. It is just that now people are coming in bulk, which is why there is a lot of pressure on the manual check-in system, as a result of which the entire process is getting slowed down. But as opposed to what is the situation in Bangalore and in Delhi, the overall sense of ease was always more here in Mumbai. It is just that relatively it has become more crowded at this point of time. But Mumbai airport, as we all know, is the busiest in the country, right? And one of the busiest in the world. So the machinery of the airport, the personnel is completely capable of making sure that most of these people are made comfortable. But the bigger issue for these people is, as you said, the absence of deadline. Now, the Indigo has definitely said that situation might go on till midnight, and then they don't really know if it will improve thereafter. But the customers, the people who booked this ticket for their travels, haven't been communicated anything of this sort, especially up until 2 hours ago when we were speaking to many of them. So there is the sense of apprehension and not knowing about when the situation might exactly get back to normal exists in the customers, in the passengers as well. Besides that, there has been no message about compensation. There has been no message about refund as well, because many of them who are traveling out had already booked their stay, and all of the other logistical problems will also rise for them. So they told us that they'll definitely demand for compensation of not just the flight, but also about the other related logistical issues there as well.
Thank you, Anush. Stay with us and keep tracking the story for us. So from flights to supermarkets to banking operations, the global Microsoft outage is disrupting multiple sectors. It threatens to massive issues if it's not resolved soon. In India, almost all airlines, Vistara, Indigo, SpiceJet, Akasa Air, are facing technical issues that have affected booking, check-in processes and also flight updates. Now, the airlines, of course, are checking in passengers manually. Situation seems to be improving in certain airports, like we saw in the case of Mumbai and Delhi. Of course, some airports are saying that it will take far more time. According to reports, this issue is linked to CrowdStrike's Falcon server, but the tech glitch has resulted in Windows machines experiencing screen errors, something that has led to the collapse of many essential systems across the country. The IT Minister, Ashwini Vaishnav, has responded to this, saying that MeitY is in touch with Microsoft and its associates regarding the global outage. The reason for this has been identified and updates have been released. CERT has issued an advisory. In fact, the Civil Aviation Minister, Ram Mohan Naidu, has also responded, saying that the airlines need to provide enhanced communication to the passengers, and also they need to deal with the passengers who've been stranded with compassion. I have, for now, let's also look at this chat between my colleague Gargi Rawat and Rajiv Chandrasekhar, who has been former MOS of IT. He's a BJP leader now, as to how he sees this entire global breakdown of systems.
We're seeing the kind of chaos that has been caused the world over. We do have information, from the center saying that MeitY is in touch with Microsoft and its associates, but we still have no clarity when things are going to get back on track.
Yeah, no, so I can't add to any clarity.
Yes, but your comments here.
Yeah, no, so I'm watching the same television and the online. I'm consuming the news as much as all of us are. Look, I think it is enough to say, and it's pretty appropriate to say, that this is something that I have never seen in my life before. And I've been around the block for about 30-35 years. I've seen ups and downs in tech, and I've never seen anything this deep and this wide and this, touching almost every nation and every small business and big business in this kind of way. I've never seen it before. And the fact that it is attributable finally to a small cybersecurity solution that sits on the endpoint of the cloud just tells you that what a complex digital world we live in, that it is not just enough to worry about the computer that you operate on or the server that it is hosting the application, but that every one of these pieces create complexity and create vulnerability at the same time. So look, it is certainly a black swan event of a kind that I have never seen or experienced before. But the good news is it is Microsoft, and this is a large credible company, one of the big credible names in big tech, and they are slowly recovering this. It is now clear that it is this CrowdStrike cybersecurity agent that was at fault, and that the patches will be created, and that the incompatibility with the Windows system that was being caused by the CrowdStrike update will be fixed. But it is certainly something that I have never seen before, and it has put a lot of small businesses and a lot of consumers at great disruption, inconvenience, and loss of money.
That's former MOS IT Rajiv Chandrasekhar speaking. In fact, we are tracking this story of global outage of Microsoft systems, which has led to collapse of many essential services, including banking, hospitals, even media newsrooms. We have been tracking that story very closely for you. But now, time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small-scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small scale industry, to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ है.
बहुत performance आई सारे दी ते बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
White day due to Union Minister of Electronics and Information Technology Ashwini Vaishnav has said that the Indian government is in touch with the US tech giant Microsoft regarding this global outage. It has, remember, affected multiple sectors across the world. It is being seen as the largest in the world, and it has caused disruptions in air traffic, forcing airports to shift to manual operations. Stock exchanges have also been hit as a result of this tech outage. Microsoft, while acknowledging the outage, has said that a resolution is forthcoming. Minister Vaishnav has reacted to this, saying that the reason for Microsoft, the technical snag has been identified and updates have been released to resolve the issue. He has also said the NIC network has not been affected. Remember, this is the National Informatics Centre's ICT network, which is pan-India communication network that provides services to center and state governments. MeitY is in touch with Microsoft. That's what he has said. In fact, Sir.in has also released an advisory. The reason for this outage has been identified and updates have been released. So Microsoft has reacted to this. Microsoft has issued a statement on the global outage. The underlying cause has been fixed. That's what the global tech giant has said. Remember, this is the technical snag that has led to several essential systems collapsing across the world, including airlines and banking services. Now, Microsoft has come forward and said that the underlying bug, underlying problem has been identified and it's been fixed. This is Microsoft's latest statement that says that the residual impact is, of course, is continuing, even as Microsoft has come out and said that the underlying problem has been fixed. Remember, this is happening even as the outage, being seen as the largest in the world, has caused disruptions in air traffic, forcing airports to shift to manual operations. In fact, hospitals and supermarkets have also been hit across the world in different cities. Services across multiple sectors, specifically banking and medical services, have been affected today due to this technical snag. Microsoft has come forward and said that the underlying issue has been fixed now. I have my colleague Vishal, who's been tracking this. Vishal, tell us what is Microsoft saying with regard to the latest developments happening across the world?
So the latest from Microsoft has just landed on the social media website X. It says that the underlying cause has been fixed. However, residual impact is continuing to affect some Microsoft 365 apps and services. So Microsoft says that they are continuing additional mitigations to provide relief, and they have been asking, the customers to reach out to them through X posts and all to get the latest updates. So the latest is that they have mentioned that they have identified the cause and they're trying to fix it. They have not been able to fix it fully. So it's almost 8 to 9 hours since the whole outage situation started in the US, and then it spread to across the globe from Australia to Poland, London. The stock exchange in London has also been affected. Back home in India, however, the markets are unaffected. However, on the airport side, there are a lot of chaos because customers have had to, log into systems manually, and they've had to do check-ins manually. The systems are all out. They're all under this outage, so they've not been able to access those systems. They have not been able to see updates on the big screens that are spread across the whole airport. So the situation is still tense. The global outage still remains. However, they are saying that both the companies involved in this saga, CrowdStrike and Microsoft, they are saying that they have identified and isolated the problem. It's not a cyber attack or any security incident, but they have identified the problem, the root cause of the problem.
Also, Vishal, tell us about all the statements that Microsoft has come up with, and what is to do with the other company, the third-party app that is also CrowdStrike, that is also under scrutiny now. How is that company reacting to this? And I mean, like very simply asked, who is responsible for this technical snag?
Who exactly is responsible? That remains to be clarified by both the companies, and also some of the regulatory authorities in the US and rest of the world will have to step in and see who exactly was responsible. So in the US, it's the FTC that takes care of all this. It remains to see what they will say. But as far as the companies are concerned, CrowdStrike CEO had taken to Twitter X and said that they have isolated and identified the problem, and they have gone on to say they have listed out a method as to what the customers and the companies can follow to solve this problem themselves. And they have said that this is not the CrowdStrike CEO specifically had said that this is not a cyber attack and this is not a security incident, but the situation on the ground, as you can see on the screens, it remains quite tense. There's big chaos at airports across the globe, and also situations such as, people have not been able to get into stadiums in some places in Australia because of this system outage. So it has impacted almost everyone on the planet.
Vishal, stay with us. Let me also read out what the statement says. The underlying cause has been fixed. However, residual impact is continuing to affect some Microsoft 365 apps and services. We are conducting additional mitigations to provide relief. More details can be found. Of course, that is what, the Microsoft statement ends with. Vishal, tell us, what does this mean? What does residual impact mean? Does that mean that, the fallout of this technical snag could actually extend beyond today?
As far as this statement is concerned, I think the residual impact they mean is they have been able to mitigate this. They've been able to offset some of the damages that have been done, most of the damages. But there is something remaining. They need to take care of some problems that are still existing. So they are saying they're treating that as residual problems as far as the latest from the Microsoft team is concerned. So as we've been reporting that Microsoft services such as Microsoft Teams and other services such as OneDrive, they were all affected when this whole outage started. They have been slowly and steadily trying to, take one problem out of the way. They have been able to fix a lot of those problems, but the common people, as you can see on the screen, they have been suffering. They have not been able to get into airports, get out of the airports, get onto their flights. So it's a very, as many experts have been saying, it's the largest IT outage in the history of the world. So it's a really big, major security situation. It's a big IT outage, biggest IT outage. So it remains to be seen what kind of impact it will have in the coming days, but it's still going on.
Right. Thank you, Vishal, for joining us with those very important details. Moving on, we know that there are very important reactions that have come in from the government. The IT Minister, Ashwini Vaishnav, has put out a tweet saying that the government is in touch with Microsoft authorities. He has also said that there is an advisory that has come out from CERT-in, which is responsible for providing IT services to state governments and also centre. We know that Ram Mohan Naidu, the Civil Aviation Minister, has also asked airlines to be compassionate when it comes to passengers who have not been informed about unexpected delays. he has also asked airlines to focus on enhanced communication when it comes to telling passengers as to how and when their flights would take off. Now, Mulidhar Mohal, who is the MOS Civil Aviation in the center, in the central cabinet, he has also reacted to the situation that played out the entire day today, with several essential systems collapsing from airlines to hospitals. Let's listen in to what he said.
पूरे विश्व में माइक्रोसॉफ्ट की क्लाउड सर्विसेज डाउन होने के कारण सभी सेवाएं में दिक्कतें आ रही हैं। हमारे देश में भी हमारे एयरलाइंस सर्विसेज जो उसमें ग्राउंड ऑपरेशंस भी ब्रेक हुए हैं, लेकिन मैन्युअली अभी उस पर काम चल रहा है। डीजीसीए और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सिविल एविएशन उसका मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं। हमने सभी जो एयरलाइंस कंपनियां हैं उनको अवगत कर दिया कि आप सभी यात्रियों को इसकी सूचनाएं दें, इससे अवगत करें, और हम सभी लोग डीजीसीए हो, हमारा मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सिविल एविएशन हो, हम इस पे काम कर रहे हैं, मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं।
At the Bengaluru airport, thanks to the global outage, there has been a lot of flight disruptions that have been reported, especially with Indigo Airlines being severely affected. Long queues right outside this counter, like you can see, most of them claiming that flight cancellations have not been informed. In fact, most of them did really take proactive measures in terms of shifting to manual check-ins, but then one can imagine the delays caused due to manual check-ins. What started off as a 10-minute to 30-minute delay, which didn't really matter for the passengers, then it went on to connecting flights where due to manual check-ins, people could not get the connecting flights organized on time, and they had to miss those flights. That apart, most of them have been complaining about flight cancellations as well. Let me see if I can go across to a couple of passengers to give you a reality check of the frustrations, the irritations, as well as the kind of inconvenience caused to them. Sir, if you can speak a few lines about the inconvenience caused to you.
Yeah, definitely. See, I just came in and I was just checking Digi Yatra. I don't know, I have not received mail, I have not received any messages that they're saying flight cancelled. So now I need to go tomorrow, I have a meeting. Then tell me how to go it. Even Indigo, they are professional. I don't know why they are behaving like an unprofessional. So this is really pathetic. You can look at this. Everyone is frustrated now.
Right.
Thank you.
Most of them talking about their frustration here. Ma'am, could you speak a few lines about the inconvenience caused to you because of this?
Yeah, it's actually quite difficult because they did not send us an information beforehand. We got to know when we got to our gates, and I actually have to go because someone passed away in my family, and now I don't know if they'll reschedule it or not, so it's quite bad.
Dire situations in their family that is causing the entire frustration, triggering an outrage of sorts among passengers here at the Bengaluru airport. Most of them claiming that they have to take these flights, no confirmation, no messages given. Ma'am, can you speak a few lines about the inconvenience caused?
It's cancelled, so that's what they say. There's nothing could be done before 12 midnight. Even if we try to book another flight, there could be payment issues. So there's no option right now.
So parents and passengers going through some harrowing times there at airports. But this is a global problem today. In fact, services including critical providers like police and government across the world have been affected. Australia's Virgin Australia has said that it is aware of a large-scale IT outage impacting airlines and other businesses, and that it too has been affected. Now, there are reports of flights being grounded in Australia and also in the United States of America. Services at the airport in German capital Berlin have been affected, and Spanish airport operators have confirmed an incident at their facilities, according to reports. The tech problem has affected banks and financial services also, with reports suggesting that the London Stock Exchange faced minor problems. The United Kingdom's Sky News network was also off air for some time because of this. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand. In association with Amity University, ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally.
Introducing Moto G85 5G. All eyes on you.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पर डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग तोड़ भेल बनो।
ये आयो बात पैसाबाजार.com।
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये देश के विकास
Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
For her misuse of privileges, also for forging documents when it came to her disability and also her caste status. Trainee IAS officer Pooja Khedkar could lose her IAS seat. UPSC has planned action against Pooja Khedkar. UPSC could be filing fraud FIR against Khedkar. UPSC has already started the process of cancelling the candidature of Ms. Khedkar. In fact, the body has also barred Pooja from further attempts of taking the civil services examination. It has also issued a show cause notice to Pooja. Her training has been put on hold. She is a probationary officer, IAS officer from the 2022 batch. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance सही सारे हैं जितने बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones.
Global chaos caused by massive tech outage impacting airlines and businesses. Microsoft says the underlying cause for the glitch has been fixed, but residual impact is continuing. It's the largest global IT outage ever. Civil Aviation Minister, airports have been directed to help flyers. 90% flights disrupted at Bengaluru's T1. Indigo also has said that Bengaluru chaos to stay till midnight. Cyber security update causes IT chaos. UPSC crackdown against trainee IAS officer Pooja Khedkar for faking her identity. UPSC to file fraud FIR against Khedkar and began the process of cancelling her candidature. And MEA speaks on Bangladesh unrest, says we have around 8,500 students in Bangladesh. All of them are safe and the High Commissioner is monitoring the situation. 39 people have died in the quota-related protests in the country. Microsoft, in its latest statement on the major global outage that has created chaos everywhere, causing the collapse of essential systems, including in hospitals, markets, and also banking services, has said that the underlying cause has been fixed, but the residual impact remains. This as major airlines across the world said that the outage has adversely affected their flight operations and also check-in processes, including in Delhi, Mumbai. Almost 1,400 flights have been cancelled today, and banking and healthcare shops have also been affected. Cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike, which is also being blamed for this, says a defect in one of its software updates hit Windows operating systems and clarified that there was no cyber attack. The biggest visible impact, however, has been seen at airports across the world. In fact, specifically in India, Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu has said that he has spoken on the delays and chaos. He has asked airlines and airports using manual methods to ensure that they are compassionate towards passengers and that passengers are provided with enhanced communication when it comes to these unexpected delays. He has also specified that regular updates should be given to flyers. What we also hear is that over 100 flights have also been in some ways cancelled or in some ways redirected. Joining me now is my colleague who has been reporting this from the ground. Ishika, tell us what is the latest on this that we have? How many flights have been cancelled? Because Microsoft has come out with a statement talking about the residual impact. Do you see the situation improving? 160 flights affected in last 4 hours. What is the number right now?
Asada, if you can hear me, at the moment I am at the Hyderabad airport, scheduled to be boarding a flight to New Delhi, which is ironically on time. So what we're understanding at the Hyderabad airport is that they have moved to a contingency mode, which is a paper mode. Primarily what we're given to understand at the moment is that flights are taking off. Flights are landing. These are disruptions that are taking place because of the outage. By disruptions, I mean certain delays and cancellations. Predominantly, these are delays And as as the airport systems operate, we understand that if there is a delay for a couple of minutes also in the day, it has a domino effect through the course of the day, disrupting other flights as well. So what we're understanding at the moment in terms of flight operations at Hyderabad Airport is that there are over 100 flights that have been delayed. Some flights have been cancelled. Predominantly, it is Indigo, which is reporting cancellations as well as delays, simply because they have the maximum number of inbound and outbound flights from the Hyderabad Airport. What we can also report at the moment is that most of the airports, at least I can say that for Hyderabad Airport, it's been over 4 hours and counting now, that they have moved to a manual mode. There are certain systems which are working, so they are being able to get the boarding passes out, but they are having to manually write on all of those boarding passes. I have to say that screens that were completely out, based on what we've been reporting for the last 4 hours, at least at Hyderabad Airport, I can say that screens are predominantly back on. So most display screens across the airport, which is gives crucial information for flight schedules, for gate numbers, etc. All of those screens are back on. However, I have to say that at check-in counters, especially Indigo again, there are several of those screens that are still not working. So this is the situation that we're reporting at Hyderabad Airport. It is one of those days where the weather also can play a spoiler. It's of course monsoon, so there are anticipated delays because of the weather as well. No information though has been shared by the airlines to passengers intimating delays in advance. So it is a bit of a go-by-fly attitude as far as most airlines are concerned. They've warned of certain disruptions and delays. But when I called ahead to take my flight back to Delhi, the airline was completely non-committal on any kind of delay and disruption to my flight. So it is, you have to come to the airport, you have to read the board outside the airport to figure it out. Like I said, the situation is limping back to normalcy, and most airlines have, shifted to Plan B and contingency mode. So manual boarding passes are being issued. Most screens are working, but the systems largely are still down. And what staff has told us off record, of course, is that it's been 4.5 hours now that they've been writing manual boarding passes, resulting in long queues and large wait times. So that's the situation, at least as far as Hyderabad Airport is concerned, Vasudha.
Rishika, also tell us, the Civil Aviation Minister Rammohan Naidu has come up with an important statement asking, in fact, putting the onus on airlines and, asking them to be extremely compassionate when it comes to passengers who've been stranded since morning. He's asked them for enhanced communication to be given out to passengers. He's asked them to ensure that there's adequate food and water. And he has specifically said that there needs to be clarity that needs to be given to passengers when it comes to these unexpected delays. Do you think any of that is happening in Hyderabad specifically, because the number of flights is, the 160 flights across the country that have been affected? Do you think anything of that sort is happening on ground, any action specifically in benefit of the passengers?
I can tell you what I'm seeing anecdotally on the ground at Hyderabad Airport. There are no chaotic scenes. Yes, there are long queues. And a lot of people are standing outside the terminal also in order to be able to get information on whether they should enter the terminal or whether they're inadvertent long sort of delays that are affecting their flight. But having said that, what we're learning at the moment is that passengers are not getting any information prior to departure. So there are no text messages or no updates on the website or anything of that sort. Passengers mostly relying on coming to the airport and then understanding, what the tune of delay is or what the status of their flight is.
Yes.
So as far as communication is concerned, I think airlines are still trying to figure that piece out. Even though it has been 4 hours and counting, like I said, there's also a domino effect of delays and disruptions that is taking place. So no first-hand information, no prior information that is available. Unfortunately, passengers are having to come to the airport, look at the boards, contact the airline counters, and then they are being intimated of delays, etc. So that's as far as the situation on the ground is concerned. But I also want to say, at least as far as Hyderabad Airport, no chaotic scenes. The situation at the airport is being managed, and there is enough staff on the ground that is communicating with passengers. and ensuring that their needs are taken care of.
Okay, thank you, Rishika, for joining us with that very important update. Let me go across to my colleague Mohammad Ghazali, who joins us from a hospital in Delhi. Ghazali, you know, apart from banking services and airlines, hospitals have also been affected. This is after this massive global outage that several nations are reeling under. This is because of a technical snag that Microsoft faced, and of course Microsoft now has come out with a statement saying that the underlying cause has been fixed, but the residual impact remains. What are you witnessing outside the hospital? Because hospitals are completely dependent these days on systems.
See, Vasudha, we have been reporting from different hospitals in the city, and some of them had no impact of this outage. But this one behind me, the Max Hospital in Lajpat Nagar, had a morning impact of the outage because the registrations were not getting done electronically, or say on the computer, the desktop and laptops which had the Windows operating system was not functioning properly, but this was fixed within a few hours, and the impact was in the early morning for around 3 to 4 hours, after which the registration has started happening. Earlier, a short while back, there was a good gathering here of people saying that this thing was not working or the system was not working properly, but this has been fixed by now. Now, this is one of the many cases we have seen in certain hospitals. In some of the systems, the outage showed its impact. Like in the chemist shop, we have seen that in certain chemist shop, the billing was being done electronically on the computer. That was working fine. But in the same hospital, the electronic registration was not happening. So it is very random as well, because in the same organization, some systems did face the impact of the outage, while the other section having the same operating system did not face any impact of the Microsoft outage. And as far as the banking system is concerned, we have been reporting that the financial transactions, as well as any financial institution, including bank as well as NFCs, have not seen any impact of this outage.
Right. Thank you, Ghazali, for joining us with those details. Let me go across to my colleague Pratibha, who's been reporting from the Bengaluru airport. Remember, major airlines across the world have said that the outage has adversely affected their flight operations and also their check-in processes. This has happened in Delhi, Mumbai and Bengaluru as well. Around 1,400 flights have been cancelled. Banking and healthcare and shops have also been affected. Pratibha, tell us, you had reported earlier that the situation could take up to midnight to sort of in some ways clear out, to become normal. What is the fallout on passengers? You know, how it must be very distressful for them. What are they saying?
Absolutely distressing emotions that are being voiced by several of the passengers here. In fact, let me ask my camera person to pan and show you the long queue right outside Indigo. What we hear as the official figures is that 26 flights have been cancelled, including T1 and T2. That's the Terminal 1 and Terminal 2. And a board that has been put out there that will give you a fair picture of the current status. And just for answering that question of yours in terms of how distressed passengers are.
We are very much distressed. There is no one from Indigo helping whether it's going to be rescheduled or not. We have no idea. They are not even telling us what is the next step to do. They're not giving us accommodation. They're not giving us reschedule conformity, nothing. They're just saying you are on your own. We are just giving you refund. Nothing.
Deep anguish in terms of the passengers, the frustration there.
It's been 2 hours, we were waiting in queue. At the last, they are saying, we can't help you on this. They are not providing an accommodation. They said, okay, we'll see what to do tomorrow to take refund and book another flight tomorrow.
Where do you have to go?
We are going Chandigarh and we have another flight from Chandigarh to Mumbai tomorrow. So now that flight also is we have to cancel. Yeah, there is no option.
And
it's not our hometown. Now we have to book another hotel. We have to pay from our own pocket. They are not giving any solution to us.
I can see that there's only bottles of water that is being provided here, but no food.
It is very easy to say, no, you look after whatever you want to do it. Now we don't know now. No, the hotel price is also surging right now, you know.
Have you tried for any kind of alternate arrangements, flight bookings for tomorrow, day after? How expensive are they?
We are trying, but they are very expensive. It's like around for tomorrow or today, it's going 22,000. We don't want to pay that much. And there is no another rescheduling option these guys are giving, whether tomorrow you can accommodate on the same cost or not. So it's become very difficult for us now.
In fact, there are arguments spewing between the passengers and the airline authorities. 26 flights that have been cancelled, like I already mentioned, and most of them happen to be Indigo Airlines. And let me actually see if I can go across to one of them. Ma'am, if you can speak 2 lines about this. Okay, some of them not even wanting to speak because absolute frustration that is engulfed them at this moment, and that's the picture that we bring to you from Bengaluru airport here. What we understand is that over 90% of the flights have been disrupted, especially in Terminal 1, and we also hear that 26 flights in all between Terminal 1 and Terminal 2 have been cancelled. None of them have been given any kind of intimation, no messages, nothing that has been sent to them, which is precisely why most of them are baffled here. But the explanation given is that with systems that have crashed, there was absolutely no, it was impossible for them to give any sort of message. Systems have come crashing down. Manual operations were put in place just so that they could take some proactive measures. In fact, some of the boarding passes were, written boarding passes were issued, connecting flights because of which were disrupted. So if you can speak 2 lines, is it a connecting flight, direct flight? How inconvenienced are you?
I have been asked to stay at Bangalore for 53 hours. It was a layover, and now my flight is again cancelled. I don't know what to do next, and they don't have anything to say, so it's very difficult situation for me.
Right. And where do you have to fly to?
I was flying from Udaipur to Kolkata, and Bangalore was a hopping destination. So 53 hours layover in Bangalore.
53 hours layover, and now he doesn't know how many more hours that he would have to stay in Bengaluru. Now that's the situation here. Thank you. And most of them seem to say, especially Indigo airline authorities say that because of the cascading effect of the systems that have come crashing down due to Microsoft outage, they will have to see how they can rectify this, and it would go on at least until midnight. And until midnight, we would have to witness these chaotic scenes here at Bengaluru airport. Back to you.
Pratibha, for joining us with those very important details. Complete chaos at the Bengaluru airport. Passengers waiting for some solutions, but of course quite distressed because many of them have been forced to wait for long. Clearly, the biggest visible impact of this global outage has been on airports. I'm joined by Ishika, who is at the Delhi airport, Ghazali, who is outside Max Hospital, and of course Anuj, who is at the Mumbai airport. Anuj, tell us what is the situation at Mumbai airport, because just a short while ago you did report that there are many problems that we witnessed in Bengaluru airport are not being seen in Mumbai, but of course there are different sets of issues there. What is the situation on ground now?
Several things to note from the Mumbai airport. Firstly, 9 domestic flights have been cancelled, and all 9 of them are from Indigo. And just a while back, while I was preparing myself for the live, 3 extremely frustrated passengers, they walked out of this road extremely angry, and when inquired about the reason, they told that the Indigo flight, which was cancelled the last moment, did not give them any information on the reason and on when the flight has been rescheduled to. It simply cancelled the flight. And a more infuriating part or thing was that, as you already said, that the minister and the government is trying to appeal to the airlines and to the airport to make sure that the passengers who will be affected because of the delayed or the cancelled flights should be made to feel at ease. That's exactly what is not happening here. Many of these people, there was basically no one at the Indigo count, according to many, to attend them. So there are not, leave alone the extra facilities of food, water, seating, etc. But there are no people to listen to the problems of those passengers whose flights have been cancelled at the last moment. As I said before, 9 domestic flights have been cancelled here from Indigo. And from what we've been reporting since the morning, we've gotten to know that as I'd like to just pan out and show what the situation here is. You see, these might look like longer queues, but it is extremely normal for Mumbai airport to experience this because it is an extremely busy airport otherwise as well. So these queues aren't the problem. And the overall situation here in the Mumbai airport is also extremely normal because the rest of the flights are on time. There is no delay because the rain also kind of got down since the afternoon.
Right.
So there has been no problem as far as rain or other reasons are concerned. But It is just the cancellation of 9 Indigo flights as far as domestic flights are concerned. That is causing major hurdles to...
Right. So cancellation of flights is the most important issue at the Mumbai airport. Thank you, Anuj. We'll keep coming back to you for regular updates. We're joined by Mahir Gupta, founder of CodeSnag Now. Thank you, Mr. Gupta, for speaking to NDTV. Sir, the one word that everyone has been talking about, experts have been talking about, is contingency. What should be the plan B when a situation like this happens? Because this is not the government which is at fault here. These are private companies, but clearly most of our essential services today are tech-driven. We are dependent on big tech. We are dependent on these big tech giants to provide us the services that we need to get by with our lives. What happens when something like this occurs? What should be the approach?
So first of all, I have been in touch with many organizations who are into critical infrastructure sectors and services like hospitals and airports. And what I told their CTOs and CISOs is that you should first of all, like basically turn off the automatic updates. So this was not a cyber attack, but this was kind of an update which was pushed by a company called CrowdStrike, and it affected the Windows utility. So you should basically first of all shut off any automatic updates in critical infrastructures, so that in case if Windows pushes some unstable code into your system, it doesn't get logged out. Okay, so this blue screen of death, what we call it in a technical term, and what this technical community has been calling it, is only because there was some driver which malfunctioned and it was just being tested on the environment, and this was a huge negligence on the part of the company which pushed it, that is CrowdStrike. So you should basically shut off all the automatic updates so that your system relies on a stable version of Windows or whatever software you are using.
Okay, thank you, Mahir, for joining us with those very important details. Clearly, there's so much that we need to be equipped with to deal with these things. Thank you so much for joining us with those details. Clearly, the most important conspicuous impact of this global outage has been on airports. Indian airports have also been affected by this, with several airlines issuing statements specifically with regard to unprecedented delays when it comes to check-in processes. Ishika, my colleague, has been reporting on this since morning. Ishika, tell us, what is the situation at the Delhi airport? We did see visuals from the Bengaluru airport just a short while ago. Our colleague Pratibha did talk about the complete chaos that's happening there, passengers waiting for some sort of communication from the airlines. What is the situation at the Delhi airport?
Well, in fact, as we informed earlier also, that we are currently reporting from the T3 airport, and we did see that if we talk about the display boards, if we talk about the wait time boards, they are in fact they have been restored now, as we are currently showing you in the visuals. You can see that the wait time boards are restored. The display boards are also now restored. Now, what is also here important is that the DG Yatra services have also now been restored. We are showing you the visuals here. We did see that the time from which when we came, the DG Yatra services were not at all working, but we are currently showing you the visuals here. You can see that the DG Yatra gates are currently working, and all the passengers, all the DG Yatra, in fact, service users, all of them are able to use it now. So that certainly is a good news for the passengers here. If we talk about, the directions that were issued by the aviation minister, it was said that, extra staff should be deployed at the airport to give assistance to the passengers here, because that was also one of the points that were raised by in fact, the passengers, that they are quite confused as to what is happening and what should they do. And that is why, in fact, this was also one of the directions that were issued. And now we are showing you that, in fact, you can see that the staffs, the extra staff, also now have been deployed, who are now assisting all of these passengers who are coming here. You can see in the visuals here, we are showing you how the extra staff also now has been deployed at the airport, assisting all of these passengers to help them, in fact, so that the inconvenience can be reduced. So certainly, we are hoping that in short time from now, all these services here will be restored. Over to you.
Thank you, Ishika. Thank you, Mahir. Thank you, Ghazali. And thank you, Pratibha, for joining us from different corners of the country to bring us updates on the impact, the fallout of this global outage that has led to collapse of some very important essential systems. Let me remind our viewers that Microsoft has said that the bug has been fixed. The underlying cause has been fixed, but of course, residual impact would remain, which means that it will take about a few hours for the entire situation to become normal. We'll keep tracking that and more for you, but time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
Welcome back. UPSC has issued a notice to cancel selection of trainee IS officer Pooja Khedkar, who is being investigated for lying about visual and mental disabilities and also faking her identity. In fact, a notification said Ms. Khedkar fraudulently availed attempts beyond the permissible limit, and the UPSC has initiated a series of actions against the 23-year-old probationary officer. These include Delhi Police filing charge, which include forgery under the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and IT Act. The UPSC has also sent a show-cause notice to Khedkar. Moving on, MEA has spoken on the Bangladesh situation. In fact, MEA has said, and I quote, "We have around 8,500 students in Bangladesh. The High Court will be given, the High Commissioner will be giving specific regular updates. We remain committed to all possible assistance to our people. The issue is due to internal issues of the country." That is what MEA spokesperson said today on the condition, on the situation, on the worsening situation in Bangladesh.
All our Indian nationals are safe there, and we have a large student community, as I told you, 8,500 students or thereabout. Many of them pursue medical education also in that country. So they are all safe and sound, and we are in touch. They are in touch with our High Commission, with our Assistant High Commission as well. And we are regularly keeping in touch with them to render all assistance, any assistance that they may need.
Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं,
ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
Watching India Essence with me, Gauri Dwivedi. This is a show that gets you the news and the views from the world of global politics, global economics. Let's take a look at what's making news this Friday evening. First up, Donald Trump accepts Republican nomination. In the longest convention speech, in his 93-minute-long speech, Trump outlined immigration, energy, manufacturing as areas where he would begin work from day one, even as questions remain whether Joe Biden is still in the race to the Oval Office. Immigration was the overarching theme of former President Donald Trump's speech at the Republican convention. He termed illegal immigrants as illegal aliens, even as he tried to create a distinction between those and legal immigrants.
Levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them.
China concludes its once in 5 years meeting. The plenum rubber stamps Xi Jinping's plans of moving away from property sector. The plenum commits to advancing work related to Taiwan and ousts former Foreign Minister Qin Gang from a top party body. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will present her 7th budget, the very first in the third term of Prime Minister Modi. What should be the roadmap to get India on the superpower highway? India Sense decodes. Bangladesh on the boil as students continue to protest Sheikh Hasina's decision of imposing quota system for government jobs. 39 people are dead, even as Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina has refused to meet protester demands. Global Microsoft outage has created chaos world over, from flights to supermarkets to banking operations. The outage has disrupted multiple sectors and threatens to lead to massive issues. India's IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav says India is in touch with Microsoft and associates. Microsoft says underlying cause fixed, but impact still remains. The big story on India Sense. Donald Trump is officially the Republican Party candidate for US elections, even as confusion continues about President Biden's candidature. There's growing clamor within the Democrat camp that Biden should make way for a more quote-unquote winnable candidate. But now Donald Trump is an interesting personality. The former president speaks his mind out, some would say even without a filter. And in his 93 minutes long speech, Trump has given a roadmap of what his presidency would look like. And I decode right here what Trump 2.0 would mean for India. First is the immigration. Trump 2.0 presidency will bring in sweeping changes to the present immigration system in America. Trump's rhetoric blurs the distinction between legal and illegal immigrants. But as president, I believe this distinction will be very important, and it's more so for India. In FY 2022, India was the second largest country of origin for green card holders, just behind Mexico. There you can see on your screens. Of the little under 10 lakh people receiving a green card that year, a little over 66, just about 66,000 were from India. And as of now, there are 1.2 million Indians that are waiting in queue to get their green cards, which are complicated due to country-specific restrictions and the low annual quotas that have been put in place. And this figure is set to rise to 2.1 million people by 2030 as per present norms. And if they get any worse,
then this number would balloon even more. And I believe under the Trump presidency, the 7% per country quota could probably be revisited, and that could mean longer wait lines for Indians as far as green cards are concerned. Now, illegal immigrants, the part which causes so much of political rhetoric, the part on which elections are actually won and lost in countries like America, that you can see is also an area where Indians do have a fairly large chunk. And that could face a lot of political slugfest and I believe severe action under a President Trump's presidency. Add to it the travel ban that aims to discriminate between who can and who cannot enter in America. Now, let me point that out that India does not happen to be in these countries that will be covered under the ban, but it talks about the approach towards immigration in whole as far as Trump 2.0 is concerned. Listen in to what he said in that 93-minute-long speech where all one heard was immigration, frankly.
At the heart of the Republican platform is our pledge to end this border nightmare and fully restore the sacred and sovereign borders of the United States of America, and we're going to do that on day one. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them. And you're seeing it happen all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country.
So the second impact for India will be on trade. Trump 2.0 will see him coming very hard on his protectionist plank that he spoke about. India's long pending free trade pact, I believe, could probably take longer to come through if Trump were in the Oval Office. He would insist that India should ensure a complete pass-through of all US manufactured goods and dismantle the tariff structure that we put in place. Now, that is a problem for India because India's domestic industry is not as advanced or as big as some of the developed countries, which means that the mechanism that we have to safeguard some of our interests of the Indian industry cannot be completely overcome and dismantled in one single day, something I believe Trump would make a case for. Now, the bilateral goods and services trade that India and US have is about $118 billion. India runs a trade surplus, which is about $36 billion. But you look at it from Trump's point of view, it means that there's a trade deficit of $36 billion. He would want to cover this up, and he would probably put in place category-specific tariffs. So I believe a lot of protection is in way for Indian industry if Trump 2.0 happens. The third thing is China. That's an area where Trump and his views match what is India's, particularly regarding security and strategic threat that Beijing poses to India, to Asia, and to the world. In fact, it was Trump who recognized the role and importance that India plays in countering China in Asia. And he was the one who renamed the US Pacific Command to Indo-Pacific Command. So there you can see that there is a meeting of minds between India and US under Trump 2.0. That's likelihood as far as dealing with China is concerned. Trump would also impose big tariffs on the Chinese goods that will be coming into America. Take a look and listen into what he said with regard to this threat.
We'll end the electric vehicle mandate on day one, thereby saving the U.S. auto industry from complete obliteration, which is happening right now, and saving U.S. customers thousands and thousands of dollars per car. And if they don't agree with us, we'll put a tariff of approximately 100 to 200% on each car, and they will be unsellable in the United States. We will not let countries come in, take our jobs, and plunder our nation. They come and do that. They plunder our nation. The way they will sell their product in America is to build it in America. Very simple. Build it in America and only in America. And this very simple formula in Congress has to go along with us, and they will.
Trump would also probably double down on the military posturing in support for Taiwan. This is again very good news for India, since we've always complained that America has not fully understood the threat that we face, Indians face, from China on our land borders. So that, I think, would be a huge plus for India. Now, speaking about Trump in general, as a businessman, Trump is instinctively transactional in his approach. And under his presidency, his first impulse will be to ask every ally, every partner, what is it that they can do for America? What is it that they can get to make America great again? That's the case for Europe, Japan, Australia. I believe India will not fall in that category. For one, India does not have a formal military partnership with America. It also enjoys warm relations with Moscow. It also is the only counter to China, as I said, in Asia, and provides American goods the access that they need, a very large growing market. So Trump would not like to topple that apple cart, and he may have to curb his instincts when he is dealing with India. And I believe that India-US relations, they have a significant momentum now, and they're going to be agnostic to who really comes as the next occupant in Oval Office. But some of India's interests will be impacted under Trump 2.0 as well, like the Chabahar port in Iran, which will be hit by fresh US sanctions come Trump in Oval Office, because he's going to go after Iran, and that is an area that India will have to protect on its own. All right, let's get in now. A prominent voice on the show, Dr. Sampath Shivangi, who was a delegate at the Republican convention in Milwaukee, speaking to us on what does this mean for India. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to me on India Ascends.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
Dr. Shivangi, I want to ask you this, that Trump spoke at length about several issues, immigration, trade, China, he covered it all. How do you see Trump 2.0, if it happens, from India's point of view?
He was one of the friendliest presidents of U.S. towards India, and he visited India, just before his fourth year of his presidency, and he is very, in a sense, when he meets any Indian or Indian American, he is very fond of them. He shows interest. He likes, he says, Hinduism, and he's all for India. I think we'll have to wait and see. He hasn't spoken about India in recent months. We'll have to watch and see what he can do. But he is very aggressively against China. Even he has placards in the hall that he would work against China. China is America's biggest enemy.
Yes.
So in that one, they had balloons in the sky a year ago, and he criticized very strongly against Biden administration not holding America's interest.
Right.
So I think he'll be a tough president. I can tell you that, especially after 4 years of lapse.
Dr. Shivangi, yes.
Develop.
Besides China, what are the other issues that you feel would bring India and US partnership closer in terms of, one is meeting of minds as far as the China threat is concerned, what could be the others?
Yeah, but he's the one, actually I would say he's the architect of Indo-Pacific treaty he has with India, China, and Japan, South Korea, and the US and India. I think he will definitely, try to work that deal because he likes, I think, as I said, it was his brainchild to have this treaty. I think it will help India, especially I think it will deter China, and not only about, trying to come into India, but other neighboring nations, Indonesia, Philippines, all these countries will be watching that.
Right. Dr. Shivangi, I want to ask you about the Indian community there as well. His running mate, J.D. Vance, his wife is a PIO. And you spoke also about the fact that he speaks warmly with regard to the Indian community in the US. How are they looking at Trump's candidature, and what are they expecting out of his presidency if it happens?
No, I think it is the biggest boon. Usha Chunkuri Vance, if Mr. Vance is elected, because we have another vice presidential candidate or his spouse being in the White House presidential quarters. And I think India last election was not only maybe 25-30% of Indian Americans voted for Republican Party. I think they will change because I see WhatsApp messages every day people are not very happy about what the administration, even though Biden was very friendly with when Prime Minister Modi ji was in the US.
Indeed.
But I think, I think it's not the only. I was there. I attended lunch with the president, with the vice president, and Modi ji. But somehow Biden administration has not been very friendly, in spite of the best treatment they gave it to him in Modi time, because Kamala Harris was invited to come to India. It's almost 4 years. She has not shown up in India. Yes, so that is one thing. Biden, of course, he went all over the world, but not India, in spite of his interest to.
Indeed,
India.
there is an Indian voice on both sides of the ticket. Frankly, there is a Kamala Harris, and there is, of course, Usha Vance. Thank you so much, Dr. Shvangi, for speaking to me. And in fact, on that note, let's also quickly get in a Democrat voice as well. We've got a Republican voice. Let's also get in a Democrat voice. We have Raja Krishnamurthy also joining us and speaking on whether or not, well, who is going to stand up against Donald Trump in the US elections. Sir, let me ask you this, that the clamor around Joe Biden's candidature and the fact that he should make way is just growing. Do you believe that it's time for him to make way for somebody who has better chances against Donald Trump?
I don't know. We'll see what exactly happens. We need our strongest nominee to be opposite Donald Trump. I think that we'll find out in the next couple of weeks exactly what happens. But at this time, we just have to, pull together and make sure that we win the elections.
Indeed. But the narrative here, the perception in India is that Republicans are more pro-India. They also are going to stand up against China in a more stronger way. How do you counter that narrative, given that ties with India are important, and also the fact that the Indian diaspora there is a very sizable chunk of the electorate?
Well, I think that the issue with regard to China is so important, and it needs to be approached in a bipartisan manner. And we need to work with our friends, partners, and allies, people like India, countries like India and others, to make sure that we can kind of circumscribe aggression that the Chinese Communist Party might practice with regard to technology, security, or economic issues as well.
All right, Congressman Krishnamurthy, thanks much for speaking to me. In coming days, we're going to have more of these conversations as the race to Oval Office heats up. On that note, we slip into a very short break. We come back with lots more on the other side. Stay with us.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Mohali International Airport, where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं।
बहुत परफॉर्मेंस आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले।
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now
you're watching India Ascends, the first wide-angle story that we're taking on the show. That is Modi 3.0's first budget that will be unveiled on 23rd of July. And what I am interested in, and what I'm very sure the viewers are interested in knowing, is whether it will get India on the superpower highway or not. The budget comes at a time when the government needs to balance its coalition compulsions. It needs to boost demand. It needs to align India to global supply chains. And it needs to ensure that manufacturing ambitions of India that have been in the pipeline for decades finally take off. And let's get down to those issues. Let's understand what's needed and the India Ascends action plan. The Indian economy grew at a world-beating 8.2% last year, but that is not the pace at which Indians are spending, which means we need to give more money into the hands of Indians. In rural India, Manrega wages have to be increased. That's what the budget action plan of India Ascends says. Increase it by 50%. Increase it from 267 rupees per day to 400 rupees. They will spend on everything in the rural economy, from bikes to cycles to tractors. Everything will go up, including personal consumption. On the urban Indian side, tax slabs need to be relaxed. Likewise, spends have to go up, from cars to ACs to houses. Everything will go up only when people have more money in their hands. India is a consumption economy, but that doesn't mean we don't need to boost our manufacturing sector. We've got some initial successes with the PLI scheme. We've created world-class companies, and by all parameters, those numbers are telling you on your screens. Investments, sales, jobs, exports, on all parameters, the PLI scheme has been a booster shot for manufacturing. Exports have jumped, and a lot of investments have come in, but it now needs to extend to the smaller companies, MSMEs. They are the backbone of manufacturing. It doesn't sit on a handful of big corporates. It sits on those MSMEs. And that is where job-intensive sectors like leather, gems and jewelry, handicrafts, garments, all that come into play. And they need to be part of PLI 2.0 for a real game changer to happen as far as manufacturing is concerned. That's the other India Ascends action plan, which is that make PLI scheme 2.0, which extends to MSMEs and get on to some of those job-creating sectors being part of it. In this decade, Indians are set to witness the transformation of the Indian economy into a $7 trillion powerhouse by 2030. We say that, road to $7 trillion. But for that, infra investments are equally important. The government put in 11 lakh crore earlier, and they need to amp it further. Why? Because logistics are very important. Logistic costs in India is still very high. To bring that down, we need to have infrastructure investments. Here's a statistic, viewers, very important. We are still catching up on the semiconductor chain. The first chip factory that will come up at Guwahati, the Tata factory, is going to produce 28 mm of that chip, as against a 2 mm chip that Taiwan is manufacturing. Look at the journey we need to traverse. And that requires a combination of SOPs, focus, and targeted government policy. And that is how you bridge this tech gap that impacts us economically, it impacts us politically, and it needs to be closed. And I'm hoping that the revamped PLI scheme, the focus on better logistics, should be part of a plan to attract big-ticket investments. And Invest India needs to revamp further to attract those large investments like the ones we talked about in those chip factories. This budget should be a step in that direction. That's what the India Ascends action plan says. Shifting focus to the other wide-angle story that is coming from China. Xi Jinping's desperate attempts to change his image from an autocrat to a reformist. He wants to be seen to be addressing the concerns of the Chinese economy that is in deep trouble. But instead of providing a stimulus, Xi Jinping's propaganda machinery was on full swing the last couple of days to showcase that the president for life is worthy successor of Deng Xiaoping, the man who shot students at Tiananmen Square, but also opened the Chinese economy to be what it is right now. He did so in 1978. Xi Jinping wants to present the picture that he is the next in line after Deng Xiaoping. Now, Chinese politicians met to decide the future course of the economy, military, and society. And it was at one such meeting, called the Third Plenum, that Deng Xiaoping introduced those major reforms, as I said, in 1978, that opened floodgates for China. But Xi Jinping is not Deng Xiaoping. And the reason is his vision has nothing to do with taking the Chinese economy forward. It has nothing to do with making the plight of ordinary Chinese go down. In fact, Xi Jinping's fix for the economy is driven by curbing any possible challenge to his presidency, which, by the way, is for life. He has decided to move the economy away from property, since it is now a cause of social unrest, which could lead to people collectively revolting against the government's policies. 25% of the Chinese economy is tied around real estate. Almost half of the savings of people is stuck in the property market, which is seeing its worst slump in decades. And the sector is going through a crisis. Ordinary Chinese are worse off due to Xi Jinping's policies that focused on property sector for the last 10 years. But despite such acute problems, the sector was mentioned just once in the 4,000-word long communique that came out of the third plenum. Instead, the entire focus has been on tech-based sectors to address the economy's deep troubles, or so the Xi Jinping propaganda machinery would want everyone to believe. But the Chinese economy's problems are far from over. They could get worse if Donald Trump and J.D. Vance win the US elections this year, because what will follow, in all probability, will be a trade war between US and China. The shift from property that Xi Jinping is trying to do is not due to a strategy, but due to the unrest that it can cause. And Chinese politicians, remember, curb anything that can become a rallying point for people. Remember, that's the only thing that Xi Jinping has learned from Deng Xiaoping. Ensure that there are no students on the streets. And without a stimulus, economic pain may grow. Xi Jinping will have no answers. And to deflect that, he is going to create more tensions on the border with India. And Taiwan and military modernization are also part of the communique. Areas that I feel will be the centerpiece of Xi Jinping's presidency as the economy falters. Inside Story segment of the show, where we talk about what's happening inside any trend. For decades, there's been a trend that millions flock to the iconic cities of Europe. That's London, Paris, Rome. But guess what? Asia Pacific is where now all tourists are making a beeline. Can India seize this opportunity? What's the trend? Take a look.
Move over Italy, France, Spain. Asia Pacific is the new thing in global travel. From Bali's picturesque beaches and cruises in Vietnam to cherry blossoms in Japan. Luxury tourism is booming in Asia. This $271 billion industry in 2023 accounts for a fifth of the global luxury tourism market, with an annual 9% growth rate. With Asia's tourism market thriving globally, Australia has emerged as one of the top choices for luxury tourism in recent surveys, above Japan and China, with most travelers picking their holiday destination to discover a new food or an exclusive traditional experience. By this account, India's diversity and a myriad of traditions and customs makes it an ideal candidate to be the top luxury holiday destination. India's tourism, travel and hospitality industry contributes about $178 billion, nearly 7% to the GDP. But its tourism infra is yet to keep pace with its potential. As per WEF, India ranks 39th behind Japan, China, South Korea in the Travel and Tourism Development Index. Tourism alone has the potential to reach $125 billion by 2027, up from the present $75 billion. By 2029, the sector may account for 53 million jobs. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. India is yet to fully tap the luxury travel market. Higher investment in tourism infrastructure will establish its position as a global tourism hub. India packs the breathtaking holiday destinations from the Himalayas in the north to the Sundarbans in the east to the stunning beaches of the Lakshadweep Islands and backwaters in the south. All it needs is a revamped tourism policy. 22 years of incredible India needs to now make for a new tourism policy that promotes world-class tourism infra and world-class marketing.
Incredible India was launched in 2002 to showcase the many facets of India, but it's run its course. India attracted 2.3 million tourists in 2002, which increased to just 9.2 million in 2023. In contrast, China attracts now 162 million tourists in 2019. Clearly, the scope for tourism is sky high, and Incredible India hasn't kept pace with it. With that, it's a wrap on this edition of India Sense. Thanks so much for watching.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
ए आया बात पैसाबाजार.com।
MSMEs are the backbone for the country's economy. They account for 45% of exports.
Frequent changes in GST tariffs and norms has proven to become a very tough issue for the small micro units.
The budget should be in a growth-oriented budget. So we should bring more manufacturers into the fold of GST.
Particularly for micro and small scale industries, kindly give us a export benefit incentive to us.
But for a micro or small scale industry to go up, there should be a hand-holding mechanism which is definitely required.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world.
Global chaos caused by massive tech outage impacting airlines and businesses. Microsoft says the underlying cause for the glitch has been fixed, but the residual impact is continuing. Largest global outage ever. Civil Aviation Minister of India says that airports have been directed to help flyers. 90% of flights disrupted at Bengaluru Airport. Indigo says that Bengaluru chaos will stay till the midnight. Cybersecurity experts update causes of the chaos. UPSC crackdowns against trainee IAS officer Pooja Khetkar for faking her identity. UPSC has asked the Delhi Crime Branch to file an FIR against Khetkar and begins the process for cancelling her candidature. And MEAs on Bangladesh unrest says we have around 8,500 students in Bangladesh. All of them are safe. And the High Commissioner monitoring the situation. 39 people have died in the quota-related protests so far. Microsoft, in its latest statement on the major global outage, has said that it has created certainly chaos all over the world and has said that the underlying cause has been fixed, but the residual impact remains. This as major airlines across the world said that the outage has adversely affected their flight operations, including in Delhi and Mumbai. Almost 1,400 flights are cancelled, and banking and healthcare and shops affected. Cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike has said that a defect in one of its software updates has actually led to this and has clarified that there was no cyber attack. The biggest visible impact has been seen at the airports. Civil Aviation Minister of India has said on the delays and chaos that the airlines and airports using manual methods and have been directed to help flyers and ensure that they are regularly updated.
पूरे विश्व में माइक्रोसॉफ्ट की क्लाउड सर्विसेज डाउन होने के कारण सभी सेवाएं में दिक्कतें आ रही हैं। हमारे देश में भी हमारे एयरलाइंस सर्विसेज जो उसमें ग्राउंड ऑपरेशंस भी ब्रेक हुए हैं, लेकिन मैन्युअली अभी उस पर काम चल रहा है। डीजीसीए और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सिविल एविएशन उसका मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं। हमने सभी जो एयरलाइंस कंपनियां हैं उनको अवगत कर दिया कि आप सभी यात्रियों को इसकी सूचनाएं दें, इससे अवगत करें और हम सभी लोग डीजीसीए हो, हमारा मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ सिविल एविएशन हो, हम इस पे काम कर रहे हैं, मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं।
Pratibha is joining me live from the Bengaluru airport, and that's where the major chaos is playing out. Pratibha, with the instructions coming in from the Civil Aviation Ministry here that manual functioning of, be it issuing of the tickets and all has to start, are you seeing some form of decongestion?
In fact, Bengaluru airport is always reputed for being one of those airports that is always busy with many, many footfalls. But then today, this is the scene that you witness here at the airport. I have with me a couple who've been waiting for at least about an hour now because they have to fly to Mumbai and their flight has been cancelled. So, the ordeal that you're going through now, can you please elaborate on that?
No, it's a global crisis, so we cannot complain against anybody. Right. And we are just enjoying it, in fact.
Okay. That's one positive, note that a passenger has said.